Welcome, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions, Open Topic Talk. All right, this is Uncensored Saturday, and I'm your host, James P. Madonna. I've been doing this since 2007. I want to welcome everyone. I am streaming, well, I always stream on YouTube, but this is the first time I am supposedly streaming on Daily Motion, and I hope it's working. So if there's anyone on dailymotion.com that catches my show live, just send me a message that you're from Daily Motion. I used to stream on Twitter, which is now called X, but Elon Musk, who renamed it X, came up with the bright idea to start charging people a subscription if they want to live stream on X. I call it Twitter X. The twit. Elon Musk, the greedy multi-billionaire, expected me to pay a subscription, pay a fee to live stream on Twitter X when I was doing it for free for a long time. And before that, back in the day, I used to live stream on Facebook, but I'm banned from doing that now because Zuckerberg is a hook-nosed scumbag piece of shit. And I attempted to stream on Instagram, but it didn't work. Probably because of the hook-nose control freak geek Mark Zuckerscum has probably banned me from Instagram to live stream because Instagram is owned by Facebook also. So I'm giving it a shot. It's YouTube and dailymotion.com. Okay. And my good friend from Buckeye, Arizona, east of Phoenix, Arizona, Gabriel Solaya. How are you, sir? I hear, I bet the temperature has been very high in Arizona. And he's the one that turned me on to Daily Motion. He introduced me to Daily Motion. So I just want to say greetings to Gabriel Solaya, Buckeye, Arizona. Okay. Let me have a sip of my antioxidant-rich tea that I make myself, iced tea rather. And I don't know if I could, let me see if I could show you. I use my brain cells, a little ingenuity. I took this plastic crate and I put one of the frozen blue blocks on the bottom. You can't see it. It's at the bottom. And two on the side and a small one in the back. And you can put beer in here, anything that needs to be kept cold. And I have it on a small plastic table. I already showed the video to my friends. It's 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Arizona right now. But then again, you're because of daylight savings times, you're 2 hours earlier than me, right? You're Rocky Mountain time instead of Pacific time. I hate that daylight savings time. It's so stupid. But Arizona doesn't practice daylight savings time, which is very smart of them. Very wise. All right, let me sink my teeth into okay, let me start the topics. I usually start with serious topics for I usually start with serious topics. The first hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half. Let's see. All right. Let me do it this way. Okay. Gabriel Solaya says it's okay. It's 5:13 p.m. here in Arizona, Mountain Time. Okay. Okay. It's 8. Well, now it's 14. Now it's 8:14 p.m. Eastern Time here. Nah, I'm not going to pay nothing. I ain't going to pay shit. I'm going to watch it for free on Daily Motion, WWE SummerSlam. I know a few people that refuse to watch the free rerun on Daily Motion later tonight because they're so special. They got to pay to watch it live. They got to watch it live. You know, heaven forbid they should be a bargain shopper and watch it for free when the whole show ends. Heaven forbid, right? Heaven forbid. Hey, Tommy Carroll, a long time no see. Hello, JPM. Hope you had a peaceful week. Yeah, it was good, but it was a heat wave, a tropical heat wave. You know, hazy, hot, and humid. The lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer. They call this time of year the dog days of summer, right? The end of July and the beginning of August. But my birthday was August 1st. Nothing special happened. I stopped counting them a long time ago. Okay. All right. I'd like to start at the beginning, but I don't see any. Huh. Interesting. All right. Well, I'll have to go through it twice. I would like to start at the beginning.
She tries to fill a prescription. I'll give you metformin. My cost on metformin is roughly $2. I would sell her metformin for $4. As soon as she discloses that she has insurance, I have a gag clause. I am not allowed to tell her my cash pay price. I swipe her insurance card, Blue Cross, whatever it may be, boom, copay $10. And she gets her medicine, I charge her $10. Immediately when I swipe that card and I enter all that in the computer, I get a $7 clawback. Where does it go? It goes to the PPM. So you give it, like, I could have saved her $6, but I can't disclose to her that. And now the money, the profits, I make less money, she pays more money, and the money goes back to the big insurance companies. If you come into my pharmacy, if your grandma comes in and she tries to fill a prescription, I'll give you metformin. My cost on metformin is roughly $2. I would sell her metformin for $4. As soon as she discloses that she has insurance, I have a gag clause. I am not allowed to tell her my cash pay price. I swipe her insurance card, Blue Cross, whatever it may be, boom, copay $10. And she gets her medicine, I charge her $10. Immediately when I swipe that card and I enter all that in the computer, I get a $7 clawback. Where does it go? It goes to the PPM. So you give it, like, I could have saved her $6, but I can't disclose to her that. And now the money, the profits, I make less money, she pays more money, and the money goes back to the big insurance companies. If you...
Unbelievable. There's your price gouging, racketeering capitalism in today's America. Unbelievable, huh? Underhanded insurance companies. Good morning, Masumi. Masumi from Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Southeastern Japan, I believe. Good morning to you. And it is Sunday morning. It is most likely, well, Masumi is 13 hours ahead of me in time. So that would make it 9:18 a.m. Sunday right now. So good morning to you, Masumi. Let's see. Hey, Ronnie S. in Clearwater, Florida. Yeah, that is him. Matter of fact, that is him. Thank you, Tommy Carroll. I avoid counting them. You know, I didn't do anything. You know, it was a weekday. My sister, she has, you know, she works. She has to get up at like 5 a.m. and it's not easy when it falls on a weekday. So I had to amuse myself. Okay. Okay. This might be an article. Oh. Let's see. Well, I'll just go through it really quick because this is the trend right now. There's two let me just bring it up before I start. Right? Okay. Seawater slurping hydrogen reactor, any kind of vehicle, whether it be a car, truck, or whatever. And this military, naval ship, could be anything. Could be hydrogen is the clean, efficient fuel of the future is now. Japanese car companies like Toyota are ready to start mass producing these hydrogen powered cars. It could be a hybrid. It could be a hydrogen electric vehicle, which is the smartest thing to do. You keep the big lithium battery charged by running a small hydrogen motor. The emissions is clean water vapor. Okay, no carbon footprint, and really, there's really not here because hydrogen is manufactured from water. Water is H2O, 1% hydrogen, 2% oxygen. And they use I think they use a specific trace mineral. They have a system of separating the hydrogen from water, so it's plentiful. And I don't care if the fossil fuel industry, greedy corporate America, just like with Republicans, their pain is always my pleasure. All right. And hydrogen, in the case of naval vessels, they can get it from the seawater. And since the seas are rising, there is an endless supply of seawater, and that includes desalinization of seawater to provide drinking water, to provide fresh water, purified fresh water for the population, especially those living in desert areas. All right, so we just go through the scientific. Oh, good. I don't have to read the fine print. All right. What the fuck is going on here? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where's the audio? What's going on here? Where the hell's the audio? No audio? Goodbye. Get lost. Anyway. Well, you got the picture. You got the message, guys and gals. Yeah, she's got a bit of a commute, and she works in a medical center in the office, in the insurance, the billing department, and I guess where they make the appointments and all that. She has to hear 1,001 complaints from old bags and old geezers, from senior citizens that do nothing but complain. The poor girl, so she's tired when she gets home. You're very welcome, Masumi. You're very welcome. Gabriel Salaya, Buckeye, Arizona. Happy birthday. You're 1 year younger than 50. Something like that, yeah. I'm 1 year younger than 21. I feel it, actually. Pretzels. Yeah, Gabriel Salaya likes the new pretzel bun when he gets burgers and fast food. He has been, every time he shows me a photo of whatever fast food he got out yonder in Arizona, he shows me that it's on a pretzel bun. And I assume he likes the flavor. I never had it before because I know it's probably loaded with preservatives and chemicals that I don't want in my. She should take the day off and spend time with you on your birthday. Well, yeah. Well, she has the weekend off, though. Thank God. You know, she works in the office. She doesn't work Saturdays and Sundays. So she's home. Yeah, she's about 20 minutes west of me. Okay, let me sink my teeth into another. How about a little Jesse Ventura? No, you know what? Let me get this out of the way. I don't know. Is this let me see if this is a video or if I have to read. Oh, it's from Twitter X. Oh, it's Donald Trump talking like he's so proud of Project 2025 when the United States is plunged into fascism. Plunged into fascism. Okay. Let me bring it up on the screen share. These are the lazy, crazy. No, these are the lazy, crazy, hazy days of summer. Hot dogs and beer, something like that. I forgot the lyrics.
Already we have shown the power of our winning formula, working closely with many of the great people at Heritage over the 4 incredible.
The great people at Heritage? Are you serious? The great people at Heritage Foundation? He's out of his mind.
Already we have shown the power of our winning formula, working closely with many of the great people at Heritage over the 4 incredible years that we've worked with you a lot. And we were just discussing it with Kevin Plain. They're going to work on some other things that are going to be very exciting, I think, Kevin. I think maybe the most exciting of all. Already we have shown the power of our winning formula, working closely with many of the great people at Heritage over the 4 incredible years that we've worked with you a lot. And we were just discussing it with Kevin Plain. We're going to work on some other things that are going to be very exciting,
Very
I think,
exciting.
Kevin. I think maybe the most exciting of all.
Yeah. If you're a friggin' dictator, it's the most exciting. If you're part of the top 1%, it's exciting. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Oof. Well, I'm very happy about this Supreme Court reform. No one is above the law. Damn right, man. No one is above the law. You're absolutely right. Right. No one should be above the law. And the Supreme Court is, right now, is a kangaroo court. It's a kangaroo, excuse me. It's a kangaroo court. You know? Hulk Hogan, hey, brother. Hey, brother. Let me tell you something, brother. Oh, it's limited supply? Oh, like, huh. Yeah, but if people love it, why is it limited? McDonald's did the same thing with that fake, phony, fraud McRib sandwich that was probably pork byproducts pressed together with barbecue sauce. And they did the same thing. Hey, Bart Robinson is here. James, can I get your thoughts on Kamala Harris? She is... I always complain that I'm stuck, once again, voting for the lesser of two evils, which is still evil. But in this case, comparing these two, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, we're talking about being a lot lesser of the two evils, as opposed to living under a fascist regime, not having democracy anymore, not being able to vote because the emperor of the universe will be in control of everything, like Ming the Merciless from the Flash Gordon series, the old Flash Gordon series, played by Buster Crabbe. But anyway, yeah, she's a lot lesser of the two evils. So even though I am actually a fan of our revolution, the Democratic Socialists of America, and Bernie Sanders, and the squad of independent progressives, I am not forced, but I am compelled to vote for Kamala Harris because I have to look after my best interest, which is roof over my head in a clean, safe area, good health care, lots of good food, many of which is organic, and all the anemones, whatever the fuck that word I can't pronounce. I have to look after my best interest, which is my bank account. All right? All right. Now, what is he saying now? No, Nia Jax is a real female. She's just a big girl, that's all. Big frame, big bone, big, tall. Oh, okay, got you. All right. Where the hell was I? All right. These are the lazy, crazy, hazy days of summer. If you are a booze hound, you'll suck down lots of beer. These are the lazy, crazy, hazy days of summer. All right. Okay. Joe Biden and Supreme Court reform. We need it badly. All right. I'm waiting. Where's the audio? I'm waiting. No audio? Go fuck yourself. No audio. Let me, you know what? Let me see if there's any details on this. I can't believe it. I'm ready to play an audio and it doesn't play. I mean, a video. Yeah, term limits. That's a long time to be a Supreme Court justice. Are you kidding me? I'm reading this. This is insane. 18 years term limits for Supreme Court justices? Are you out of your fucking mind? That's like leaving them in for life. 18 years? Well, I understand about enforcing a code of ethics on, oh, now it's playing, on Supreme Court justices. Yeah, now it plays. All right. But 18 years, well, and also if they don't abide by the code of ethics, they should be quickly impeached. That's a given. But 18 years is a long time. What are they, popes? Seriously, what are they, popes? You're welcome, Bart Robinson. Why would you vote for a woman of color? I told you before, my color that represents my best interests is green. My bank account, the necessities of life, survival, and surplus cash to enjoy this miserable existence we have in the three-dimensional material world. All right? I don't care if she's a Klingon. I don't care if she's one of the gray aliens. Doesn't matter. As long as I choose who has my best interest. James P. Madonna, you understand? Ronnie S. always, he's a button pusher. He's an instigator. Thank God I have a mute button. When is the price of groceries going to come down? Probably never. Yeah, because you got Republicans in control of the House of Representatives allowing companies in America to price gouge, not eye gouge, price gouge the consumers. Right? Right. Dickinson is a funny name on a truck server. Yeah, Dickinson. Well, there was an actress named Angie Dickinson. I wonder if she was promiscuous. We need a straight white alpha male, no color. You had plenty of straight white alpha males that stood in the stood in the U.S. Senate forever like dinosaurs, like Mitch McConnell. That's the problem. We got to get rid of the establishment. Business as usual, establishment, career politicians. We got to get rid of those corrupt individuals. Got to vote them out. Got to get young blood in there, progressive young blood, not your greedy capitalist bloodsuckers. What's going on here with this fucking thing? Oh, I'm not a fan of the Democrat Party. I never was. I'm an independent. I'm an independent, you know. Independent, progressive socialist. I'm proud of it. It's all in good fun, Brother James. Brother, yeah. I remember when she was young. A young Angie Dickinson, even a young Mary Tyler Moore was very attractive. I'm telling you. I remember them when they were really young, when I was a kid. When I was a kid, and I used to make sounds like this. I remember I watched a show called Diver Dan. Diver Dan, there were puppets that were supposed to be underwater. And instead of SpongeBob, they had puppets with strings attached to them. There was Seabiscuit was the talking seahorse. Then there was the villain. The villain was Baron Barracuda, who of course was a barracuda, was a puppet, a marionette. Anyway. All right, now let me attempt to do this again. Of course, if it doesn't work, I'm going to abort this mission. limit immunity term limits. Yeah, not 18 years. Enforceable code of ethics would have to disclose gifts, refrain from. Wait. Give me a chance to read this. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. An enforceable code of ethics. Justices would have to disclose gifts, refrain from politics. Okay. Yeah, I already saw that. All right, constitutional amendment that would limit immunity for presidents, right? Term limits, not 18 years, that's too long. Enforceable code of ethics, justices would have to. Okay, I read that already. You're a pain in the ass. On the tape, man. They're on the tape. They're on the 60 votes or to block a filibuster. That's right. 60 votes are required to block a filibuster. They're on the take, Mr. Ronnie S. They're on the take. Crony capitalism, corruption. Let me see here. What should I play first? Let me get him out of the way. Michael Cohen. You remember Michael Cohen, the personal lawyer of Donald Trump, the former. Oh, fuck yourself. Excuse me. Yeah, and what about Barbara Eden from I Dream of Jeannie? Even a young Elizabeth Montgomery of Bewitched. Notice how she looked in that Twilight Zone episode when she was a young starlet. I'm telling you. And they were natural beauties. They didn't have gobs of makeup on. You know? Michael Cohen, Brother Cohen.
Hey, and welcome back to the Michael Cohen Show, where we are, again, on our journey to 250,000 subscribers, rocket shipping past 100,000 in under a month. So I want to turn around and I want to talk about last night. Trump was at the National Association of Black Journalists, and he was at this conference whereby he was asked a question about Kamala Harris. Let's go to that clip. You cannot believe the level of stupidity and the racism coming out of this GOP nominee's mouth. Let's take it to the clip and you'll hear my reaction.
Follow up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a definition then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition.
Sir, I'm asking you a question, a very direct question.
Define define it for me, if you
I
would.
just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
it's a direct
I don't even know what to say. I mean, first of all, why did he go in the first place? I want each and every one of you to think about this for a brief second. So Donald shows up to come on, to the National Association of Black Journalists Conference. And this young lady goes right at him with a very, very simple question. The question about DEI. And the truth is, Donald has no idea what DEI is. And so he asks and she explains. And that's not really the answer that he's looking for. He wants to understand more so that he can give another bullshit answer. And he says, no, well, explain it. Then he turns around and decides that he wants to show that he's not the racist. And so instead of attacking black people because he's at a black journalist conference, he decides to attack Kamala for being of Indian descent. And that she's always identified as Indian, of Indian descent. To which, of course, the moderator, the journalist, turns around and says, no, that's not true. And then just one day, somebody should look into it, the fact that one day she woke up and she turned black. I mean, where is he going with this? Wait, she's black? Really? I mean, it is the stupidest thing I have ever seen in my life. And in fact, there's so many questions that you can ask of Donald Trump that have these racist tropes, these undertones. But it doesn't stop there. You see, it's not like Donald learns his lesson after putting first his foot up his ass and then in his mouth. He takes those little feet of his and he continues. He continues with another appearance, this time on Fox with Laura Ingraham, where he goes ahead and he doubles down on the stupidity, which makes no sense. Let's go to that clip. And again, you're going to get my reaction.
How would they consider a Harris presidency? That's just in geopolitics.
I think they'll walk all over her. I think
so?
they'll look at her. I think they'll walk all over her. She'll be so easy for them. She'll be like a play toy. They look at her and they say, we can't believe we got so lucky. They're going to walk all over her. And I don't want to say as to why, but a lot of people understand it.
I don't want to say as to why, but a lot of people will understand it. Let's break that down for a second. He doesn't want to say it because then again, it would basically be coming out and acknowledging his racism, his underlying racism, and so on. The people he's referring to are, that's right, MAGA. That's who he's talking about. I mean, so look, that was with Fox News's Laura Ingraham when she went ahead and she asks Trump how he thinks that international leaders would consider a Kamala Harris presidency. She didn't even finish asking the question before Trump jumps in again with this racist trope, with this nonsensical response, suggesting that Vice President Harris would not be able to stand up to world leaders because of her appearance, adding, again, that he doesn't want to spell it out, but the viewers would know what he meant. We do know what you mean, Donald, and we're disgusted by it. Look, let me be very clear about something. One thing I can assure you that President Kamala Harris will not do is to show nuclear secrets to our adversaries, will not turn around and have secret meetings as Trump did with Vladimir Putin in Helsinki, will not turn around and refer to our adversaries like Kim Jong-un, like Mohammed bin Salman, like Xi Jinping, like Viktor Orban. I mean, like just our adversaries. He will not refer to them as my best friends or writing love letters back and forth to one another. Because rest assured, the people that they want, the people that I'm referring to again are these autocratic leaders that Donald writes these love letters with. The last person that they want in the White House right now, is each one is playing a very dangerous world game, is Kamala Harris, because they already know what they need to do in order to in order to curry favor with Donald. It's one of two things, and one of two things only. The first one, which may not be more important than the second, but the first one is just compliment him. I mean, have you not forgotten when Vladimir Putin praised Donald Trump, calling him a genius, and then Donald Trump automatically sucked that in, started talking about how Vladimir Putin thinks he's a genius, complimented Vladimir Putin back, even went so far as to say that he takes the word of Vladimir Putin over our law enforcement agents. I mean, I want you to think about how damaging that is to the morale of our FBI, our Secret Service, our NSA, to our law enforcement agents that are doing their job to protect us. He's denigrating them on a world stage. But then again, there's round two. If they don't want to praise him, for whatever reason, he's not the handsomest, he's not the richest, he's not the smartest, that's okay. Throw out a number. Donald, how much do you want? And so when you start listening to stupid people turning around and saying, yeah, but he'll, for example, he'll be good to Israel. No, he won't. He'll be good to whoever pays him the most. And rest assured, I know him better than you do. And I'm telling you, Donald Trump is and has always been for sale. I mean, the guy is selling pardons. Why would he not sell U.S. secrets? Let's also not forget, I mean, there's so many examples and they just pop into my head as I'm ranting. How about when Donald Trump showed nuclear secrets of a nuclear vessel to an Australian billionaire who happens to be a member of Mar-a-Lago? Imagine telling somebody about this nuclear sub. Imagine telling them how many nuclear warheads are on that submarine. There may not be a more dangerous, stupid act than something like that. And then for Donald to make these statements talking about her appearance, and again, we all know that that's twofold as well. It's her race and her gender. And the fact that he doesn't even have the balls to say what it really is, it should disqualify him from running for the presidency or ever being president of the United States, because Donald Trump will be the most dangerous thing to America's democratic republic that this country has ever seen. And it's why I will finish by saying, vote Kamala Harris 2024. Hey, everyone. First,
No, when he going back in time, when he first mocked a disabled man, disabled journalist, that should have disqualified him right then and there. We'll visit. We'll do a little Jesse Ventura here. Let's see. Let's see. already. Why does it automatically play if I hit the pause button? It's not supposed to automatically play when I go to the beginning. It's a fucking Google, Twitter, Google Twitter, or whatever. Not Twitter. Google YouTube. Google owns YouTube. Fight, fight, fight. Yes, two more beautiful women back there. Yeah. Hey, Western Mike, Western Mike. San Francisco, California, but residing in Larkspur, which happens to be the name of a semi-precious gemstone. Larkspur, California. Howdy doody, he says. Don't like him, but good question, Michael. Don't like him, but good question, Michael. Oh, Trump went for publicity. Well, he's always for hire. He's always for sale, rather. He's a whore. He's a hoe. A whore. A whore. A hoe. He went for PR. Wow, he's an entertainer. He's a real estate man who was born with a big silver spoon in his mouth, and his father was a slumlord, among other things, and he loves the spotlight. And he became an entertainer with his own show. And, Western Michael. Go west, young man, go west. That's why Western Michael went west. I told you, watch it on Daily Motion for free. All right? Black is black. Black is black. I want my baby back. All right, let's see what I can do here. Maybe I could finagle. I could finagle with this video, because I like listening to Jesse Ventura.
This man is a perfect example of a patriot. He loves his country, but isn't afraid to call it out when necessary.
At 18, I went into the United States Navy. I spent 1 year being trained and became a Navy SEAL. I then deployed to Southeast Asia and Vietnam for a 9-month deployment. While I was deployed on my first deployment to Vietnam, I turned 20. I returned home. Within 1 week, I went into my executive officer and I demanded to go back to Vietnam. He looked at me and said, "But you just got home, you can't do that." Then he asked the question, "What is the problem?" And I said, "Here's the problem, sir. Over there, I'm a man. Here, I'm a child." I had done all of that. 9 months, came back, and I could not drink a beer on Orange Avenue because I was under 21. I couldn't even vote for who sent me to Vietnam because voting was 21 then. I wasn't old enough. What did I learn from that? Gee, I guess we send children to war, don't we?
This man is a perfect example of a
Right. That no truer words from the man who always shoots straight from the hip. Jesse the Body Ventura, Governor Ventura. No truer words. I'm just flowing through these. Black is black. I want my baby back. Blah, 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 blah. You are watching Uncensored Saturday, Progressive Discussions, Open Topic Talk. We are streaming on YouTube and Daily Motion. Western Mike says, "Go west, young man, go west." He talks to black people about how someone isn't really black. Okay, then. Yeah, it's an old song. Black is black. I want my baby back. And then there was another one. A rose is black in Spanish Harlem. Biden out? White out? White out. You're funny. You love mushrooms too, Ronnie. You're a fun guy, like me. Oh God, I gotta love it. I give back, baby back. Look at the wow. Look at the grimace on him. Looks like he's straining to take a dump, like he's constipated. Look at that look. I give back.
And election interfering witch hunt.
This is a look of panic. It's in the eyes of every redneck Trumper, from Fresno to Dairy Queen. Their bowels loosening because the first numbers are in and they're not good for MaxiPad. According to the latest from Reuters Ipsos, Harris is leading Trump 44% to 42. But when you add Crazy K,
I am going to take back this country with your help.
It gets better for Harris as her numbers go.
Was that Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? I'm gonna take this country back.
Even higher. So two things are going to happen. The first is great. We thank Joe Biden for understanding and allowing Kamala and the nation to move forward with a vision and an economy that Biden corralled and helped grow strong and stable. The vision is simple. The nation is ready to put the past behind us. From January 6th to Project 2025, no one wants the violent and divisive future Trump and his ankle biters propose.
The country's going to burn.
But Harris's numbers, which will improve, also will fuel the dangerous and literally traitorous mobs.
And I'm coming for all of them. And what does that mean when I say coming for all of them? It means the most legal, moral, and ethical consequences to the maximum, to include the maximum punishment for treason. I personally guarantee that they're going to face those consequences.
I don't mean the January 6th crowd specifically, but the racist blather already starting to grow and fester.
Her public schedule, gentlemen, rarely has anything on it, or one or two things on it. She does not speak well. She does not work hard.
They're not even trying to hide it, saying a black woman can't speak and doesn't like to work. And soon you'll start to hear even stronger dog whistles.
I believe wholeheartedly Donald Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side. You see, 248 years ago, our forefathers had a vision. They had a plan. They wanted to create a country where you could go where you want to go, do what you want to do, live the way you want to live.
This is how he, notice how he talks.
Pray the way you want to pray.
Dude, this one always gets me. No one is telling you can't pray. No Democrat is saying we have to be a Muslim nation or a Jewish nation or, like me, an atheist nation. But Republicans, they want a Christian nation, and more to the point, a white Christian nation.
If you don't like our religion, then we don't want you in our country.
Some will say now that I am calling America a Christian nation. And so I am.
The forefathers separated church and state for a very good, important reason. This is not a theocracy. This is not like the popes of the Middle Ages and the Renaissance with the Inquisition. This man is a religious zealot freak.
And some will say that I'm advocating Christian nationalism, and so I do.
That's Josh Hawley, a douche extraordinaire, defying Madison's intent on the First Amendment. But the hits keep on coming.
Just because it makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it has to change. You know, I mean, Jesus was a white man too, but you know, it's like we have.
Excuse me, Chicky Poo. Jesus was of a Semitic people. He was a Middle Eastern man. He most likely had brown skin. He was not a Caucasian. Hollywood chose Caucasian male actors to play Jesus in movies. Okay? Europeans made statues of everyone from the Bible to look Caucasian, from the Virgin Mary to all the saints. They were all Caucasians. They were not Caucasians. Ah, boy, oh boy. Misinformation from Fox News.
He was a historical figure. I mean, that's a verifiable fact.
These two mopes want a white Christian nation, but forget that Jesus ain't white.
Jesus was a white man.
No, Jesus looked a whole lot more like Prince than Kid Rock, but that doesn't stop talk radio white boys from letting it all hang out.
Chaos and violence in their communities.
Send the military into these black neighborhoods, make the streets safe. They'll complain about it. It doesn't matter.
We should send in the troops if necessary to restore order.
Well, not with the Jim Crow stuff. Who cares? Oh, to drink out of a different water fountain. Big fucking deal.
Oh, the legacy of Jim Crow. That was 67 years ago. It is ancient history now.
Fortunately, Kamala Harris is tough, and where Maxi Pad spends half his day on his hair and spray tan, Kamala has years as an effective and successful prosecutor. She's not a robot, though. I mean, it must hurt to hear these racist chants years after Brown versus the Board of Education and the Civil Rights Act.
Look at my African American over here.
But again, fortunately, she has the spit and the brains to crush this cracker militia. Americans will vote for Kamala Harris because and despite the color of her skin.
And the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white.
While MAGA waves Confederate flags, the rest of the country looks at them like the ugly reminders of what was and might be again.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
And old school Republicans who, while supporting different agendas, have, like Democrats, learned a lesson. The fights we had over fiscal policy look trivial as we face a perilous future should a Trump figure ever reach the White House again.
Terrible, terrible path that they're leading us to. And it's very possible that it's going to happen to them.
Revenge does take time, I will say that.
It does.
And sometimes revenge can be justified.
MAGA cannot be ignored.
When Biden took office, Miss Waffle House was banned from a seat on committees because of her threats against Speaker Pelosi and her insane conspiracies. But along with Lauren, I'm good with my hands Boebert.
Boebert occasionally took a break from being disruptive to enjoy the company of her male companion. He briefly had a grasp on the situation.
They continue to spread lies while calling for violence and fear to rule the day. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance is acclimating to his role as Trump's Bull Connor, lobbing racist and misogynistic tropes Harris's way.
The weirdest thing to me, Democrats say that it is racist to believe. Well, they say it's racist to do anything.
J.D. Vance once said that Kamala Harris is a childless cat lady who is miserable with her life because she didn't have children, and that not having children means she doesn't have a direct stake in America. Okay, besides being callous and cruel, that speaks to the Alabama case, representing millions of men and women desperately trying to have a child who are now denied the technology that could assist that end, all by Trump and his extreme judges. And as far as the comments that Kamala is a cat lady and not an American because she hasn't birthed a child, how's that going to go down with independents and even MAGA trying to get pregnant? They'll probably arrive at the same conclusion I have regarding Vance's character. He's a dick.
Donald Trump's supporters are not violent people.
Kamala Harris is not just the face of future America. She's good people. A good person who will include never-Trumpers like Cheney and Kinzinger in any future Democratic administration as to fend off the next wave of this Cracker Barrel Confederacy.
Trump replaces over 50,000 civil servants with hardline MAGA loyalists. The federal oath of office now requires declaring loyalty to the president, not the Constitution.
But prepare yourself for this. Republicans are the biggest snowflakes anywhere, and they will cry foul when they lose. In fact, they're already doing it.
We had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again.
If there's anything worth taking away from Trump's long and rambling RNC speech, it was those 10 seconds. The MAGA tough guys will never accept defeat the same way they suck their gut in and pretend they're not fat. They will go violent, threatening politicians, activists, legislators, and Kamala Harris herself.
And you know what? The audience swung back. And I thought it was very, very appropriate. The audience hit back. And that's what we need, a little bit more of.
So this poll number, while encouraging and most probably will get bigger, means other things too. One, Trump will lose the popular vote again, as every Republican has except Bush in 2004 for the last 36 years. But Trump's Supreme Court and federal judges scattered across the U.S. means another thing. The outcome needs to be so overwhelming that Trump cannot intimidate or count on Thomas and Alito to bail him out. MaxiPad is a loser, and even with Russia's renewed interference, it won't be enough.
He told Julia Yaffe, quote, "I think Russian propaganda has made its way into the United States, unfortunately, and it's infected a good chunk of my party's base." He singled out primetime shows on conservative channels. Do you agree with him? And how big is this problem?
Oh, it is absolutely true.
But the MAGA Republicans are unfettered by losing the election, as they believe they've put in place the means to take it regardless. But fortunately for us, our candidate is not only badass, but represents a generation of young and middle-aged who are tired of this shit and will vote and then stand defiantly to the MAGA humps and their attempts to strong-arm our democracy. The numbers are growing, and Kamala Harris will prove that America has moments of greatness again. But more importantly, we know what Trump will try to do, and we know when. But you know what? F*** him. We're gonna win.
Damn right. Trust me. Shut the f*** up, Don.
Who's with me?
Oh, yeah, the lie.
Indictable.
Out of sheer morbid curiosity, I'm allowing this freak show to continue.
This isn't their Republican Party anymore.
I don't want to talk about this stuff.
Am I wrong? Damn right. Tick-tock.
You're in a lot of trouble, Donnie.
I think he's crazy.
I'm Chip.
Thank you, Chip Franklin. Chips Ahoy to Chip Franklin. Which one is this? Oh, this guy's a riot, man. This guy is a riot. This guy, he's right on the money too. I like this guy. They're gonna force me to watch this advertisement. Disneyland. I hate Disney. Yeah, what a stupid song. What stupid. The worst thing to do to children is to make up songs consisting of baby talk. That's a great way for them to learn. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Baby bottom boo. My ass. Stugatz, Ronnie S. Stugatz. Oh, God.
For the former president, he's now distancing himself from the controversial Project 2025.
Howdy, my fellow Americans. This is T-Pain USA, and welcome to yet another episode of a really American T-Cast. It seems like every time we turn around today, we're hearing about this Project 2025. Democrats keep saying it's Nazi Germany all over again.
I'm so used to cooking for myself. I don't think I could tolerate anyone else's disgusting, unsanitary habits in the kitchen. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean?
While Trump claims he ain't even heard of it. Now, truth be told, it's 920 pages long, so good luck getting Trump to read it. Heck, you can't even get MAGA to read the entire Second Amendment, and that's only one run-on sentence. Now, if you know T-Pain, he likes to break things down into small, easy-to-chew pieces. So today, we're going to distill Project 2025 down to 4 easy-to-nibble small plates, like at them fancy restaurants. So tuck in your napkin, and let's just dig in, shall we?
This 920-page document would usher in the most conservative executive branch in modern American history, if enacted. It's called Project 2025. Its pages offer new administrations a blueprint feuding a right-wing agenda, from purging the government of thousands of civil servants to dismantling the Department of Education.
We do have to initiate the largest mass deportation project in the history of this country.
T-Pain will never lie to you. Project 2025 is a complex series of issues. To best understand this complicated series of issues, let's just frame it in an old story we learned in Sunday school, and that's the story of Samson and Delilah. If you remember, Samson was the champion of Israel, whose superhuman strength came from his impressive, long, flowing, beautiful head of hair. Israel's mortal enemy, the Philistines, shook and trembled in Samson's presence and always ran like a herd of scalded cats every time he'd roll up. Growing tired of one defeat after the other, the Philistines finally figured out Samson's weakness, and they commissioned the sultry Delilah to seduce him. The minute he laid eyes on hers, folks, he was whooped. He said, "Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in Philistine City?" Before you know it, he was head over heels in love, and all he could say was, "What you do to me, oh, what you do to me." Now, one morning, while he was sleeping off an afterglow, them Philistines snatched him up, cut his hair, and burned his eyes out with a hot poker. Bald and blind and bound in chains, Samson was no longer a threat. So you see, the comparison here is really pretty easy. Samson is our democracy, and the Philistines, they're the Republican Party. Now, they were fine with democracy as long as only white people were using it. But once minorities got access, it was time for that rascal to be gone with the wind. All they needed was a ruthless Delilah to seduce American voters by appealing to their worst instincts. And they found that tempting scoundrel in old Donald Trump. And the same father of lies that worked his will through the wily Delilah now frames Trump's thinly veiled promises to give democracy a haircut. And once powerless, poke out its eyes and throw it in the deepest, darkest prison. You folks are probably asking yourself, T-Pain, where are you going with this? What's this got to do with Project 2025? Well, just bear up another minute, because this is where our stories merge.
The project has 4 main pillars: a policy plan, a personnel database, an online academy, and a playbook for the president's first 180 days in office.
Well, ain't that a kick in the pants? We see now that Project 2025 is broken up into 4 pillars. And you know, it's kind of ironic because they brought old Samson into the Philistine temple to mock him in front of the whole town, and that temple was said to rest on 4 main pillars, just like Project 2025. So our job, folks, just like old Samson, is to get into a position where we can get our hands on them pillars and start to push and push until the pillars crumble and the whole house comes tumbling down.
A lot of the magic happens at the Olympic Games in things you don't see. Then all of a sudden, there they are. Through Intel's AI platforms, we are definitely bringing the magic to the Olympic Games.
Get out of here. Fucking advertisements.
The first pillar is a policy agenda that focuses on dismantling the so-called administrative state, or what some conservatives call the deep state.
Either the deep state destroys America, or we destroy the deep state.
Donald, is the deep state in the room with you now? Blink once for yes or twice for no. Folks, the deep state for Donald Trump's kind of like the weather. He's always talking about it, but he never does anything about it. That is, until Project 2025. Let's see some more about this first pillar.
Dismantling the administrative state means purging the civil workforce of tens of thousands of federal employees and replacing them with conservative, pre-vetted picks.
We used to call that bringing in the ringers. Trump's vision is to fill the federal government with a bunch of hiney smooching yes men, sprinkled, of course, with an occasional yes woman, provided she's an 8 or hotter. Trump intends to remake a bloated bureaucracy into his own image, and he will do that by creating a litmus test that is essentially one question and one question only. What do you reckon that question might be? I'm so tired of bots.
The plan would dismantle the Department of Homeland Security, eliminate the Department of Education entirely, and transform the FBI into a political task force that is accountable to the president.
We just stopped blowing on the fur, and now we're getting to the hide. Getting rid of the Department of Education would be, by definition, a no-brainer. Brain, education, no-brainer? Nobody? Well, you see, getting rid of the Department of Education in a MAGA society makes all the sense in the world. Because the last thing they want voters to have is an education. You keep them dumb, and they'll keep voting Trump. All righty, let's deal with the FBI next. As you saw in that last clip, Trump wants to make the FBI into his own personal police force to execute his political agenda. It's kind of like a fire department that starts fires instead of putting them out. And you know, that got T-Pain to thinking. You remember that little Austrian fellow with the funny mustache that created his own personal police force to execute his political agenda? Like T-Pain was saying, there was this little Austrian fellow with a mustache, and he was trying to create, well, he created his own personal police force to execute his own political. We'll catch that critter one day.
The playbook also outlines a plan to bring many federal agencies, like the Department of Justice, under more direct presidential control.
What Project 2025 articulates is the idea that the president should be the one directing the activities of the Department of Justice, even if that means that the president will not be investigated or that the DOJ will be sent to attack the president's political enemies.
We will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
Now we get to the juicy part. Trump wants to eliminate the Department of Homeland Security? Don't that take the rag off the bush? Fun fact, the Department of Homeland Security was created in 2003 during the George W. Bush administration, a Republican, to combat foreign terrorists that wanted to attack America. But now that the real terrorists are American citizens, living on American soil and voting for Donald John Trump, they're ready to tear it all down. Looks like the bank robbers want to get rid of the security cameras. Folks, if you're even remotely amused by any of these videos T-Pain's making, take just a second and head over to Amazon.com and search for T-Pain USA in books, and you'll find out T-Pain's got two political bestsellers to offer. Check them out.
Pillar 2, Personnel Database. The Heritage Foundation has already contracted the technology company Oracle to build this database, kind of like a conservative networking platform.
We've recruited Americans all over the country, and so we've had well over 11,000 people who've applied to be considered by the next president and his administration.
Trump really emphasizes loyalty, and you see those practices now being adopted by Project 2025, where you fill out a form that essentially indicates if you are loyal to President Trump or not.
Now, if you folks are thinking this sounds like some plot line from one of them 50 sci-fi cult films, you ain't alone. Imagine that. Trump's already got 11,000 pre-vetted, wide-eyed, mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging, hiney-kissing replicants ready to waltz in on day one and take over all the critical stations of the federal human infrastructure. Now, T-Pain's got something extra special to share with you folks. The Really American team has spared no expense and has commissioned a top-secret Black Ops artificial intelligence team to project exactly what the first day of a second Trump term will look like as these 11,000 MAGA sleeper agents are released into our democracy's ecosystem. Check this out.
Red Bank. All with Red Bank families and contacts, go to truck number 2, Hilltown, the third truck. Valley Springs, the third truck. Valley Springs.
You got to ask yourself, who assembles a complete manifesto in advance, laying out in excruciating detail their dastardly plot to destroy the great American experiment? People that believe the American voters won't take them seriously. That's who. And folks, if we don't take them seriously, we're going to sound just like this on that fateful day.
It's our town, and all the towns around us. It's a malignant disease spreading through the whole country.
Will America survive Project 2025? Will the altar of democracy become a desolation of abomination where the ideals we have held dear for 2.5 centuries will be sacrificed and replaced with the graven image of a golden ass? To get the answer to these and other burning questions, stay tuned for part 2 of this.
Okay, this is pretty important. T-Pain is on the money also, but let me check this out. Well, of course. Now this is from Instagram, but doesn't seem to be any control over the video. All right, so if I have to play it twice or 3 times, I have to do it. I have no choice. Hold on. And then we'll get back to the commentary of the show.
They'll pretend they want to help homelessness and pretend they want to help people at the bottom to elevate them up to this middle class where they can wreck them. And they also drag everyone from the top down
Because
as
they
much
want
as
them in the
possible
middle.
because they want them in the middle so
Yeah.
they can wreck you. And all of the laws are made with this in mind.
All right, good. So here's the beginning.
The homeless people didn't get the vaccine. The billionaires didn't get the vaccine. People in the middle got the vaccine.
Yep.
Taxes. They can't enforce taxes against a homeless man, and they can't enforce taxes against a billionaire. They can only enforce taxes against the people in the middle. It's the middle class that's afraid of getting a speeding ticket, because if he gets a speeding ticket and he doesn't pay the speeding ticket, then it goes to a bailiff, and the bailiff turns up to his house, and he can't run away because the house is his and it's in a mortgage, and if he doesn't pay it, they're gonna take the house off him and seize his car, and he has to pay that speeding ticket. If you give some homeless bum who just stole a car a speeding ticket, he doesn't care. And if you give a billionaire a speeding ticket, it never even arrives at his house.
Yeah.
It ends up going to some foreign shell company in the Cook Islands that owns the Ferrari he's borrowing. Only in the middle you get screwed by the law, so they try and keep everyone in the middle. That's what they do. So they'll pretend they want to help homelessness and pretend they want to help people at the bottom to elevate them up to this middle class where they can wreck them. And they also drag everyone from the top down
Because
as
they
much
want
as
them in the
possible
middle.
because they want them in the middle so
Yeah.
they can wreck you. And all of the laws are made with this in mind.
Oh yeah, this guy's right on the money. Excellent. Well, I had two robotic videos, but I'm not going to really play that. This is this is pretty important when it comes to technology, and I'll show it to you immediately. Underwear. As long as they wash their underwear, as long as they wash their panties. No, he's not a rap singer. Not that I know of. He don't look like a rap singer. Maybe he's a country western singer. Okay. I got to toast the Japanese for high technology. I have to. Japan introduces magnetic levitation for cars. The end of all engines and batteries. Isn't that exciting? I told you it was important. All right. Nowadays, cars use batteries and motors to move. However, this way of movement is very inefficient because overcoming friction and gravity takes most of the energy. But Japan presents a very innovative solution, which is magnetic levitation, and will be the supposed end of hydrogen engines. Well, the end of EVs too, electric vehicles. Will the use of magnetic levitation do away with the need for batteries and motors? I bet this has to do with the reverse engineering of alien crashes, extraterrestrial crashes, and confiscation of their flying craft. A group of Japanese researchers attached to the Quantum Machine Unit of the Okinawa Institute of Science and Technology report having created a track that provides magnetic levitation, which does not need external maintenance power. This is getting more exciting as I read it. By the latter, we mean that it does need power, but only at startup for the generation of the magnetic field that it initially requires. After that, objects, including cars, will operate by moving on it without using any other type of thrust energy, such as batteries or motors. Yeah, and this will also please me even more because it will put auto mechanics out of business because they're a bunch of thieves. All right. What does this revolutionary invention consist of? On the surface, magnetic levitation causes objects, cars in our case, to rise a few centimeters above this track. This eliminates friction, so the car is able to move without the need for batteries, motors, or any form of mechanical or electrical thrust. To achieve this effect, the car is required to be made of diamagnetic materials. Then magnets along the tracks provide an intense magnetic field that causes the object to float on the surface and is to generate this magnetic field that the initial energy is needed. One example where magnetic levitation is applied to is the maglev train, where powerful superconducting electromagnets drive trains that move without motors or batteries. However, this train requires continuous electrical power to keep it elevated. This is because if the electricity switched off, the magnetic field over which the train floats is switched off. Now, OIST scientists have improved this method, making it so that only electricity is needed at the moment of starting the system to create the magnetic field. To do this, they use pulverized graphite. It sounds like the material they use to make pencils, which is a crystallized carbon material. Through a chemical process, they create a paste by mixing it with wax and researchers made a plate under which there are several magnets arranged in a continuous grid. These are powerful enough to cause the effect of magnetic levitation. In this way, the table is set for the movement of objects by eliminating friction, making the movement more efficient for applications such as transportation without batteries or motors as movers. The challenges that magnetic levitation must overcome before it can be widespread. So this is it. Okay. Let me just double check something. All right. The experimental prototype has small dimensions, but to bring it to a real scale where it can have practical applications, a couple of problems need to be solved. The first is that it is necessary to reduce the kinetic energy of the surface level. This is because the motion into the quantum domain is required to be cooled. In addition, this reduction is necessary to increase self-sufficiency and sensitivity at macro sizes. The other problem brought by the real size is the so-called vortex damping. which is explained as follows. A system that is oscillating tends to lose this condition by external forces, and with time it is applicable in our case in the sense that a way must be found to prevent graphite immersed in a magnetic field from losing energy. In conclusion, with magnetic levitation, the use of motors and batteries will be a thing of the past. That is, once the limitations it brings are overcome, since it will eliminate the obstacles that reduce the efficiency of the movement of cars, such as friction and gravity. Okay, I am going. Okay, I am going to send out the links for the panelists right now. I mean, while I wait for the panelists, I can maybe I can play one of the two robotics videos showing the latest in robotic technology. What we got here? We need strippers to return to the kitchen. Yes, right. Yeah, so their pubic hairs go into my scrambled eggs. I don't think so. And start taking care of their children. Well, you know, a lot of them are single mothers, and you know, a lot of them have their mothers watch the kid while they go make money as an exotic dancer. And some of them go to college. They're not stereotypical strippers anymore. You know, it's they do make a lot of money in tips from lap dancing. Really, there is? Lager. What do you mean a lager singer? You mean he sings about lager beer? Singer. Oh, okay. You got beer on the brain, Gabriel Solias. You got beer on the brain. You said lager. The Beer Hounds. Ronnie S. The Beer Hounds. Continue. Oh, man. Okay, let me send it out here. Let's see. Okay. The links to the panelists are almost all out. They are now all out. All right. All right. When? What do you mean when? It's somebody that, hold on for a second. Someone that, hold on. Hold on. You said you wanted to come on this Saturday. I guess people that say they want to come on a certain day, when that certain day arrives, they act like, you want me to come on? When? Now? Oh my God. Well, anyway, the dynamic decenter Damien is going to join us. He is our tarot card reader and also a clairvoyant. And a certified constitutionist. He has a diploma in constitutionalism. So he will be joining us shortly. Okay, let's see. Unbelievable. Oh, I believe you, Gabriel. No, I'm not saying there's no singer, but no lager, no beer. Oh, you made it was a typo. You sent a typo, right? All right, you know what? While I'm waiting, maybe I can, hey, what's going on? Maybe I can, oops, not yet. There he is. Well, that's not Damien. That's Ronnie S. from Clearwater, Florida.
What's up, James?
What's going on? The
evening
storm,
to you.
the storm blew by.
No storm yet. Nope.
Oh, not yet. Oh, okay. Well,
Not yet. It looks like tomorrow morning. So nothing, no action right now.
No action.
Unfortunately.
Well, it'll give us a chance to do a little sports talk, like about the baseball, like about the fact that
That's okay, right?
The fact that Brian Cashman blundered in the trade deadline.
Now, what about the Mets?
Luckily, they picked the good one with Jazz Chisholm. They picked a good one.
You got Jazz Chisholm.
Chisholm, and I think he got a couple pitchers.
He's the homie from Chisholm.
I think he's one of the few homies on the Yankees. But
they got a couple, right? They got a couple.
No, he's fantastic. But the thing is, he brings a lot of excitement to the team. But I thought,
it's good.
I thought that Cashman was gonna like trade some of the bums that they have, some of the washed up old geezers that they have, and get.
They got to get rid of DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah, and they got to get rid of.
I don't know if they can.
Grisham is a Momo. He's horrible at the plate, and also Anthony Rizzo is.
LeMahieu, what's his contract?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
DJ LeMahieu, he's got to. I'm not even just talking about get off the Yankees. He has to retire. He's got to retire, right?
No, and Rizzo is up in years too. Anthony Rizzo is up in years. And there she is. Mickey.
Sorry about that.
Woo! Mickey Herzog from Deutschland, originally Germany, and she now is in Nevada. She's in the paranormal, metaphysical state of Nevada.
Yeah, and 1 hour away from Las Vegas.
And also she's in the also the bordello capital of the United States. But anyway, it's Nevada, and she's in the desert, not too far from Area 51. So how are you? How was your week, Mickey?
I'm doing fine so far.
Okay. Yeah, I'm waiting for Damien.
It's hot here. I'm so tired. You know, it's
So
kind of. I don't
what
know.
makes
What happened? Why are you tired from?
What
I don't know what happened.
I
I don't know. Sometimes it comes. It's kind of. It's the energy. Must be energy here.
Yeah, Damien says it's the ascension going from 3D.
What makes Nevada such a
5D? Hold on. To 5D.
paranormal state?
What makes it paranormal? Because there's a lot of strange things flying in the sky at night, and there's
the UFOs.
That's all I can think about.
Oh, you see everything here. If you really
UFOs, is that why?
If you really look and if you really concentrate and if you really know the shapes of the UFOs, you can see them.
And there's a lot of haunted.
In Nevada, though, is Nevada a
All
special
over the
state
place.
for that?
Not even in Nevada. You can be in Florida. Florida is actually the capital for the UFO.
Right.
What about these old abandoned mining towns in Nevada where there
Yes.
a lot of bad things happen, and it's very haunted.
Yes. I've not looked into it. I want to look after the
Well,
summer.
every state has its own thing, right?
The what?
Well, yeah, there's paranormal activity.
Every state,
Could be
every
anywhere.
area has its own hauntings, right?
Look,
Yeah.
the ghost
There's
event.
lots of haunted stuff in Florida.
They never locked down in the Amityville house yet. I honestly do not remember. They did it with the Exorcist house in St. Louis, Missouri, where the little boy was possessed. You know, what inspired the book and then the movie. They got locked down there, and they did find an evil
You
presence.
talking about the Amityville?
Well, Amityville, Long Island, is where the Warrens investigated.
Amityville, Long Island. Yep.
Yeah, the Warrens, the famous.
The Warrens, yeah. Yeah,
the Warrens. It was a husband and wife, paranormal investigator.
Husband and wife. Yep. They say that they're frauds. I've heard that. But all the movies, the Conjuring movies. I think it's called the Conjuring.
Yes.
Set of movies all involve the Warrens, right? They all involve the Warrens.
Yeah, that came from the life of the Warrens. They investigated.
Are you familiar with the story of that couple? Not you. You're a guest.
Mickey, you know about the oh, I was going to say, bring the black cat over. Hey.
Do you know the story of the Warrens? The ghost hunter? What would you call them, James? Ghost hunters or?
No, not in my area.
Not even.
Well, I said paranormal investigators because it's a fancy way of saying ghost hunters.
Paranormal investigator.
You know.
Yeah, no, it's just I don't look them anymore. The Warrens didn't they not die?
Yeah, they were
Did they die?
They were famous in the 60s and the 70s, early.
I wasn't in it and that time. As I mean, I grew up there. I grew up in Germany.
But are you familiar with them at all, though?
She was in Germany when they were.
I grew up in Germany, so I never heard about them at that time. As I heard about, I think I heard about them in the now recently. So kind of when I was living in Florida, then I came to the Ghostbusters and all ghost hunters and everything. I thought, okay, I can watch the shows, but are they still alive? The ones, no?
I don't know. I mean, they weren't that old.
Was there not that guy? Was there not that guy who bought one person in? He bought a house. Zach.
Oh, Zach Bagans?
Yeah, he bought a house apparently, and on the show he bought a house which was haunted. He said he has no clue what it is, but the thing is, he bought it without looking, without anything, and it was so bad haunted that some people had died.
They called it the demon house, it was in Gary, Indiana, and he bought this house, and he wanted, he was like a big shot young guy, a paranormal investigator. He wanted to be locked in this house. He wanted to investigate it, and he was severely attacked by the demon, and he also had, as a result, he had like eye damage, and that's why he wears those thick black glasses all the time. And it was bad. It was bad, and they demolished the house, but he saved a part of the staircase for his museum. Now, Zach has a museum in Las Vegas of all cursed artifacts, objects.
I have not been in that one.
Yeah, it's a museum.
I got to look at it.
I mean, just picture the museum is just.
Now you know, James. This is scary shit you're talking about here.
Oh yeah, yeah. We don't mess around here. No, it is scary because just picture a sensitive person like an Amy Allen or Mickey walking in that museum, and it's loaded with famous, well-known cursed objects. How was that? Sound like a pig. Is that you?
Not me.
Oh, you clearing your throat, Ronnie?
Oh yeah.
I heard grunting. Sound
Yeah,
like
sorry about that.
sound like a swine ready to become bratwurst.
I apologize.
Ready to become picklewurst. So anyway,
is it that funny?
Yeah, it was like a demonic grunt.
Demonic grunt.
Like a demonic grunt. Yeah. But anyway, what was I saying? I interrupted myself. Oh yeah, a sensitive walking into a museum like that. You know what? I imagine everything is at a distance or behind glass, because when something is really cursed, you're not supposed to touch it, and you're not supposed to like mock it, to laugh at it, and like somebody did it to the doll.
You don't want to fuck around with it.
No, there's a famous Annabelle. It is a Raggedy Ann doll that is cursed.
Annabelle is the doll, right? The doll.
They made a movie.
That's part of the Conjuring series as well, and that was also involving the Warrens, right?
Yeah, and it was in a
James. I've been watching those movies for years.
It was in a museum in Connecticut.
I don't know if
and
it's all
some
true.
guy-
It's supposed to be true. Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
somebody was mocking Annabelle in the museum, and when he left, he died in a vehicle accident.
Mm-hmm. That was in the movie.
Where was that?
Yeah, it was. Oh, it wasn't a Conjuring movie. That's dynamic dissenter Damien.
It was. Yeah, they put that in there.
Oh, we're driving.
Demonic
Okay.
Damien.
Yeah, and
yes, I am here.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Damien the demoniac.
The demoniac?
Damien.
The maniac? What'd you call him? Yeah, what he's got to do is, do you have that icon on your phone that goes from vertical to square? On the
Let me
iPhone?
look. Yeah, let me look. Yeah, I'm not in Kingsport. I'm in a town west of Kingsport called Churchill. Just stopped and got groceries, got some gas, and now I'm on the way home. So let's see what we got. Extra camera settings.
There you go. You just did it.
It sounds like Damien's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, because of the area he's in right now. No, he just did it because before he had a long vertical. Oh, now that gray thing. I got to contact. I'm going to contact the company tech support and say, why the hell do you have this ugly gray logo when somebody turns their camera
Yeah,
off?
but he can change it.
Of course they could. They could upload an avatar.
Right. You can put anything there.
Up, so I'll have to join back in. Be right back.
All right, you'll be back. You'll be back. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the guy mocked Annabelle and he got killed. You can't mess around with those things.
You got killed. Well, yeah, you can't mock God, and that's what they did at the Olympics, right?
You can't mock.
What do you think about that, Mickey?
Demons.
Mickey, do you have any
What happened?
Do you have any comments about the Olympics?
All I know is
The opening ceremony.
I heard from you and others that a transgender boxer injured a female opponent, a biological female opponent got hurt bad, and
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't even.
Well, I don't know. I haven't been following it because they have a lot of stupid games in the Olympics now, like games that are like a joke. You know, what's next?
Well, you'd rather watch pro wrestling, right?
Hopscotch, badminton, tiddly. What do you call
Hopscotch, bagotch.
it? Jenga,
Tiddlywinks.
gin rummy. Maybe they're gonna have gin rummy.
Gin rummy. Yeah, gin Jew rummy, right?
There's too many stupid games in the Olympics now. You know, I don't know. I just haven't been following it.
Stupid games, stupid devilish things in the ceremony. It's very crazy.
What devilish things in the ceremony? Like
Very
what?
crazy.
Like what?
Oh, did you see the drag queens? They were reenacting the Last Supper, and then they put the Greek god of hedonism was in the center of the table.
Oh, Bacchus.
And he was dressed up like it was like yeah. I think that's what it was.
Oh,
Well, he was
Bacchus,
the Roman one, but they were talking about the Greek one. Bacchus was the Roman one.
They parade Bacchus,
but
during
they actually
Mardi
went
Gras.
with the Greek one.
The Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Oh, there's a Greek god of hedonism.
Yeah, so this one is called Dionysus.
Oh, really?
He's blue. So there was like a fat fucking guy with a disgusting body. He was almost naked and dressed all in blue.
Really?
It was disgusting.
And drag
Totally
queens
nasty.
were worshiping this statue.
Drag queens were like, yeah, drag queens around the table, and then in the place of Jesus, they had a big fat lesbian Jew woman, and she
Really?
had the Eucharist going over her head. Mm-hmm.
So they were
And
mocking.
this was supposed to represent Jesus. Was this fat? Yeah, they were mocking. Yeah,
They were
exactly.
mocking. They were
That's
mocking.
what it was.
They were mocking Christianity. That's what you're trying to say. They were by the drag queens,
Right.
and the that were part of maybe.
And then after that, they did a drag show, and the drag show involved children, young children, which is very, very disturbing.
That's
very,
weird.
very disturbing.
I haven't watched it, so it's kind of for me, it's just, I don't know.
It's like a perversion of, and I never seen that in an Olympic ceremony. Anything so strange.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Why would they
Yeah,
allow
I thought
it?
that they
very out of the ordinary.
Why would they
I
allow
thought
it?
that
Go ahead.
the Olympic Games, I think they're coming actually from. Okay.
From France, and France is a fucked up country.
Oh, is it?
The thing is,
France, Paris. Yeah, that's right.
so the Olympic Games for me is more like many eons ago. They had the gods were playing it. Otherwise, it's
Right.
How did they came?
Yeah.
How did they came on that one? How did the human came on that one? And thus it was the gods game. So now the humans are playing it. The kind of whatever they want to play is it's. I stopped watching that. I think in the 70s or 80s, I stopped watching that whole thing.
Well, when I stopped watching, when I heard about some of the games they added were just frivolous, ridiculous. They had no business being in the Olympics, and I just lost interest. That was it.
That was that.
Yeah, that was that. It's like
Now, when was that, James? Was that in like 1990, around that time?
when they first introduced these other games.
No, yeah, this
It might have been. It might have been.
From what I've heard from other people, they say it started going downhill in the 90s.
Yeah,
That's what I've heard from other people. They've told me that.
Of course.
I sent a link to.
I've
Jordan.
heard that the 90s was really when people stopped watching the Olympics. In the 70s and the 80s, it was a big thing.
Well, the only thing that amused me was the Winter Olympics had the Jamaican bobsled team, which I thought was funny because Jamaica doesn't get snow. They're in the tropics, and and they had a bobsled team. So where do they practice? I mean, I just thought that was funny, you know. Not in a bad way, you know. It was just humorous. But I stopped watching it once it changed. Well,
Why did you stop?
because
What
they
what
started
was it
adding.
that happened?
I started adding frivolous, silly, ridiculous events. You know, it just started. You know, but the Greeks originally they were
And they
were
called them
wrestling.
sports.
They were wrestling each other in the nude in ancient Greece. Were covered with oil. Men wrestling.
They wrestled naked, right? Yeah,
Yes. Yeah. So
that's
who
kind
cares?
of disgusting, isn't it?
It is. Pendulum.
It really is. Yeah.
Do you think the Greeks wrestling each other in naked, covered with oil, is gay? Yes.
Yeah. What does Hulk Hogan say?
He says, "Hey, brother. Hey, brother. Yeah, he's in what the hell's his name again? This guy here. Ronnie is in Clearwater, and Mickey lived in the
Clearwater, Florida. That's
She
right.
was near the Panhandle, right?
Oh, yeah.
Near a military base or something.
What'd you say? Atlanta?
No, she used to live in the
What was the name of the
Panhandle
city?
of Florida, or near the Panhandle. And before
Pensacola?
Pensacola, yeah. I was in Florida in the Panhandle,
Yeah.
Fort Walton Beach. That's you know where Destin is.
Which one?
Destin and
Yeah,
Pensacola.
Destin. Yep.
So it's
Destin,
near
everybody knows
Yeah.
Pensacola.
It's near
So
Pensacola.
Fort Walton Beach is
Yeah.
kind of in the middle.
Well, at least
What's
you
the
had
name of it?
Denson.
Wait, I can't hear what you said, James. What beach was it?
No, it's a town near Pensacola, outside of Pensacola.
Outside, no.
She said something beach.
Fort Walton Beach. Fort Walton Beach.
Walton Beach.
Fort
Walton Beach.
Fort Walton Beach.
Yes.
Fort Walton Beach.
Yeah. Do you
That's
get
where
the
I
white?
was.
Do you get the white sand in the Panhandle? The white sand on the
No,
Gulf.
the Panhandle doesn't have white
Yes.
sand. No.
Oh, you did get white
Definitely.
sand.
I think that they bleached them. Otherwise, it's and then the
They
sun
bleached the
bleaches
sand?
the rest. Yeah, they had to get new sand for Destin because of a hurricane blew
That's
them
funny.
out.
They bleached the sand. They pour Clorox.
These damn hurricanes, right?
Oh, the hurricanes. Oh, yeah. I heard that any beach in Key West, Florida, is not natural to the Keys because the Key is all limestone.
No beach, James. No beach in all of Florida is natural because they have to replenish the sand on every beach.
Yeah, they bring it in
They
from.
do.
I don't know.
If you left it, there would be no beaches. There would be no beaches.
Well, it's all rocky. It's all limestone.
Every beach is man. It's all man-made. Man-made.
Like when I was in the
Man-made
Keys, it was
fucking
like that. There was
peninsula, man.
big boulders of limestone everywhere. It was like piled, white limestone.
Every year, they dump 1 million pounds of sand on Miami Beach every single year. If they don't do that, there wouldn't be a beach the next year.
It's amazing.
So that's not a real beach.
It's amazing.
Not a real beach.
Where they import it from, where they get the sand from.
Don't ask.
Cuba. They're from Cuba.
Cuba.
Right? Cuba, yeah.
They're trading with Cuba now?
They have a special deal where they have a special trading agreement where it's so close that that's where they go and get it. Yeah, they do.
Wow.
Well, then
I didn't know about that one.
Because it just makes sense.
Well, then it would
just
make
makes sense because it's so
to have,
close.
resorts to have Americans be able to go to the Cuban resorts and drink those
Get
frozen drinks and dance around and.
Now, James, do you think if they had all those casinos and everything in Cuba, Should they make prostitution legal also as well, like Las
Well,
Vegas?
I think it's a woman's business what she wants to do for with her, for a living with her body. I mean, I think they, well, it's the world's oldest profession, but
Should
but
should
not
they have
on
the whole island of Cuba?
yes, the whole island, even
Not on the strip?
underwater brothels, under the ocean. But the woman has to be indoors. She can't be walking around on the streets where families could see her doing that. You know
Like
what I
like
mean?
they do in Harlem and shit. Right.
They got to keep it private. It's got to be private.
You can't have girls walking out showing their stuff in the street.
No, not outside. No, keep it
Oh, wait a
private.
minute.
That's what they
Is
do in
Cuba not
Harlem, right?
belongs to Russia?
I'm sorry.
Cuba, no. It's its own country.
Cuba belongs to Russia.
No,
Cuba
no,
was-
it doesn't.
Cuba?
It's its own country.
No, they won independence from Spain originally, and
Russia
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
Russia had a
Well,
base
yeah,
on Cuba.
the U.S.
the U.S.
won independence from
has
Spain.
And so Russia,
Guantanamo
but-
Bay is American controlled. Guantanamo Bay.
Guantanamo Bay, right? Yeah.
thought that Cuba was Russia, was a red state.
Well, Russia was
No, Cuba is its own country.
during the
It works with with Russia sometimes, but
during
yeah, it's its own country.
JFK with the Cuban Missile Crisis.
She's thinking that it's like a colony of
No,
the
no, they're
Soviet. It's not a colony. No.
Russia was there, when they had the crisis with when John F. Kennedy was president. The Russians were, the presence was there. The Navy, Russian Navy was there, but they weren't occupying Cuba. They were just allies of Castro.
Okay.
Yeah,
I knew that there was something with Russia and with Cuba. They were kind of this way.
Yeah, no, they were just close allies when old man Castro was in charge.
Now, what happened when he died? His brother took over, right? Raul.
Oh, that's his brother? Not his son?
Raul. No, that was his brother. Yeah. And then it went to somebody else after him too. I think now. I'm not sure who's in charge. Who's like the president? Do you know?
Doesn't he have any sons? That could.
Do you have what?
I don't really know that much about
one.
Fidel Castro.
Yeah.
Well, I guess not, because it went to his brother. It didn't go to his son. If he had a son, it would have went to him. It went to his brother. And I think his brother died. In the past couple of years.
I'm surprised Guantanamo Bay is still.
They were both pretty. They were up there. They were in their 80s.
I'm surprised Guantanamo Bay is still controlled by the United States after all these years.
Why are you surprised?
I'm surprised because it's part of Cuba.
Why would you be surprised?
Because it's a part of Cuba.
Yeah. Well,
I'm surprised that the Cubans.
The U.S. does. The U.S. got they call it a sweetheart deal, right? These days, a sweetheart deal they got back like 120 years ago. That was Theodore Roosevelt, right? Got Guantanamo Bay, I think.
Could be. Bacardi rum was originally in Santiago, Cuba, which is the far eastern part of the island. And then after the revolution, they went to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Bacardi rum, yeah.
Bacardi rum is known as a Puerto Rican rum.
Wow.
But so you're saying originally it was Cuban?
It's a Cuban originally.
I didn't know that.
The Cuban rum company, yeah. Bacardi. What was it? Emilio Bacardi, the name Bacardi was a Cuban.
Well, they also have Bacardi 151.
I tried that one.
You ever have that?
Oh, it's like fire.
It's like gasoline.
Yeah, no. I couldn't.
Fucked up.
Yeah, if you use it.
I don't even think they sell that anymore. I don't think they sell it anymore.
When my aunt and uncle lived on Marathon Key, near the 7 Mile Bridge somewhere, she made me a Mai Tai. She says, want a Mai Tai? I go, yeah, but it's only 12 noon. You want me to drink a Mai Tai at 12 noon? So she went and made it. She put Bacardi 151 in there, and it was just too much for like 12 noon. I says, what do you think I am, an Irishman? Drinking that at 12 noon? What do you think I'm, yeah, I mean, that's too early. They were drinking, and they were senior citizens at the time when they were alive, and they were drinking at 12 noon. And I guess that's what happens when you got a lot of money and you're retired, and you're right on
They got the money. They got the money. They moved to Florida and they just chill.
Yeah. Well, they were in a condo complex that was right on the marina, right on the water.
In Florida?
The marina was like, well, in the Keys. The marina was right there.
Oh, the Keys. Yeah.
Yeah, the Keys, yeah. And they had their boat there, cabin cruisers, and, they had a couple boats. And we went fishing, and then they said, oh, James, could you clean the fish and fillet it? Because they knew that I used to do that. I says, yeah, all right, no problem. So I did it, and it was a lot of fun. I like to go snorkeling, all the marine life comes up to you, but not anymore, because the sharks are all getting close to shore now. The sharks, it could be climate change, but they're all like hanging out near the coast. Going like
they're all over the place, yeah.
Yeah, filing their teeth with the emery board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vicky, you get involved in any projects this past 2 weeks? Anything special?
Nothing. I'm going back to my to painting, to coloring. I like doing this when I was a kid. So crochet, yeah, actually nothing. So it's just I'm trying to keep myself focused, keeping myself in my time and not living always in the past.
Do you do watercolors, acrylics, or oil on canvas?
No, I got some colored pencil now, and try to do the color pencil and do free painting. So kind of what I see, I paint. And then I was asking myself, what is that now for? What is now is it for me? Is it a message or just color, just painting? With pencil and color pencil, nothing oily yet.
It's interesting when the AI computer generated images where it looks like it came from someone's nightmare or dream. It's surreal.
Got that DD again.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, it's Dunkin' Donuts. No, that means Decenter Damien. I'm gonna have to Dunkin' Donuts.
You like that?
I don't think Dunkin' Donuts is pink. It's not gray.
No, the thing is with the eye computer. I mean, look, James, look at in our generation. I'm sorry about you right now, but the thing is, looking in our generation, I didn't grow up with computers and everything. Okay, so now I see the eye computer, the graphic, perfect. I like it. Everything wonderful, but now we cannot tell anymore what is true.
You're correct. They finagle with everything now.
I cannot tell. It was always television. News story is true at my time. At my time, in the beginning.
You're right.
And now it's all fake.
Because
it's all fake. Yeah.
You know what?
Television.
A few,
Television is
We need the
television.
yeah, we need the television. We
a
need it.
few of those scammers sent me a message, and I could tell it was an AI because they were talking like robots. Good afternoon, James. I is that
Like Eric Fraunfelter, like a robot. When he does a beer review, right?
yeah, it's you could tell. I says, come on, that's an AI generated image. You can even tell by the face. They superimpose an AI face onto a real body. I
An
says,
AI face onto a real
I
body?
says you're probably some Nigerian with a bone going through your nose. You're probably a scammer and giving Zuckerberg a percentage of your money. You know, as you get a lot, they got offended. Oh, what are you talking about? What do you mean? That's not fake. I says, yes, it is. Goodbye.
That's fake.
It's fake.
It's sad, actually. You cannot look anymore. Everything is fake. You know, people bring something and say, "Oh yes, we have a flood." What is this? TikTok, perfect example. It's a flood going on. Nobody says the date, time, where it is. So you see the flood several times, and they say, "No, that is not true. That is not true, and that is there not either because this is I saw that before in other countries." But the thing is, it's fake because you can do everything with everything with computer now.
I keep on seeing the same video on YouTube where the woman finds an egg and a baby, and they keep on saying crocodile. The baby crocodile hatches from the egg, and the woman brings it home and takes care of it, and it becomes the family pet. And I says, that's not a crocodile, you idiots. That's an alligator. They keep on calling it a crocodile. You can
Yeah.
tell. It's easy to tell. But, you know, and then the same sob story, they did it with a snapping turtle. And then they did it with another animal, but it's exactly the same story that you're supposed to get emotional about. That alligator is coming when she calls it. It's coming because it wants to be fed. It thinks she's going to feed it. It's not coming because there's a bond of love with the reptile. You know, it's a reptile. They got
That's a word.
a little pea brain. You know, people think they're bonding with it. They're not bonding with it. If you were small enough, it would bond with their stomach. You know.
Ronnie, gone here is also gone.
What?
Ronnie, question: are you in Miami Beach?
No, I'm in Clearwater. Have you ever heard of Clearwater Beach?
No, where's that one?
Clearwater.
Clearwater. Okay.
Have
Don't
you
you
ever
have?
heard of Tampa, Florida?
By Tampa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Down there.
that's what that area. I'm in that area.
Don't you have a lot of alligators down there?
Yeah.
People
There's
like to
alligators. Yep.
feed gators. People love to feed
Yeah.
gators. People love to feed everything, and then they come.
Mhm.
Are they not? I have seen it actually when we were living in Fort Cotton Beach. I was on the beach, and there was a 5-year-old child, and he had a bag of chips in the hand. No, little bag of chips, you know, for a little child, and the seagulls were attacking him
Mhm.
because he didn't feed them.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause they're pretty aggressive down here, the seagulls.
Because it's the people feed them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You
And
feed.
not just
There's
that, they're
pelicans.
also there's quite a lot of islands that are like state parks. So since you're not allowed to develop that land, the seagulls are in their natural habitat. So they're not really afraid of humans. And
They're
then
not
when
afraid.
they travel off of that island and get to the barrier islands,
Yeah.
you know, along the way, they encounter humans and they're not afraid of those humans, and humans are surprised about that.
I remember a lot of pelicans in Florida.
Yeah.
Pelicans. Yeah,
Pelicans, yeah.
Yeah, they're funny birds. They're interesting to watch. But the alligators, they don't like carbohydrates. They don't like corn chips. They're carnivorous.
Yeah.
And
They'll eat your dog.
and
You
it's
bring your
oh
dog
yeah,
too close, they'll eat it up. But
yeah. It's
you
not
know,
a good
you
idea to.
need to know to just steer clear of an alligator.
It's not. They're not,
You shouldn't be bringing your dogs too close.
and you shouldn't be feeding them and
No.
getting them used to.
Most people don't do that though. That's most people pretty much know.
Probably the
Not,
tourists. Probably the tourists do that.
not even them. I think these days even the tourists are kind of hesitant to do that.
Yeah, because they're, it's same thing with feeding black bears or any wild animal. You don't want them to
Yeah.
get used to human presence.
The dolphins.
Well, dolphins can be aggressive if they don't like you. If you do something to them or they're in a bad mood, like what you don't mess with is our orcas, killer whales. You don't mess with them, and they're carnivorous. They eat fish. They eat
They
whatever.
eat humans, right? Sometimes.
Well,
Wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised.
if they're in a bad, if they're not,
they'll do it, right?
they're highly intelligent and they know the damage that humans do. And I think more or less they tolerate humans because they were ramming boats. The orcas in the Pacific were ramming, regular cabin cruisers, privately owned boats, and yeah, they know that what's going on. With
Don't they attack not the humans, the boats, the orcas? Wasn't there not something that the orcas are attacking now the boats?
yeah, they were hitting them. They were ramming the boats.
They're ramming the boats. They know now how to do it, or we get them down.
Yeah, well, the boats they're not wood; they're fiberglass now, and I guess the orca weighs several tons. It's a big animal, and
As soon as they learn how to do, they will teach.
oh, they're very smart.
What is he doing? Trying to tie a boat.
Tie a boat? I tied a boat when my uncle had his cabin cruiser, and I tied a boat. You take the loop, you put it through the hole, and you go around like this.
It's like you tie your shoes.
No.
No.
The rope is thick. It's like this. It's a hoop, and it's like it's a steel projection that comes out of the boat, and it's like a cigar shape. It's pointy on the ends, and there's a hole in the middle. You put the loop through the middle of the hole, and then as you go in, you open the rope up and go around it. So it looks like a pretzel. Yeah, you ever see jumbo pretzel? What it's shaped like?
Yeah.
That's sort of what it looks
They
like.
call it a New York pretzel, right?
Yeah, New York. New York takes to take credit for everything. Yeah, New York, my ass.
They don't call it a New Jersey pretzel.
Speaking of pretzel, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, when these Americans call it Pennsylvania Dutch. They're not Pennsylvania Dutch.
They're German, right?
It's the Americans that thought they were saying Dutch, and the people were saying Deutsch.
They're German, right?
They're Germans in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Because Deutsch is German in Germany, or in the German language, that's how you say German, right? Deutsch.
Yes.
Yes.
So
As in,
it was called Deutschland,
right.
and
Deutsch.
then the English speakers came over and said, "Oh, it says Dutchland,"
And everybody thinks they're
and they
Dutch.
called it that. And yeah, it's not Dutch at all. No, it's not. But Dutch does sound like Deutsch.
That's why the food. That's why the food is there's a lot of German food in that part of Pennsylvania.
Very boring food too, right? German cuisine is not that great.
No, it's not boring. It's different now. It's not
Different,
you know
yeah. Like
yeah.
Bavarian style.
No, the sausage
is one type, right? Bavarian.
Oh yeah, no, but the sausages are seasoned differently. You know,
But
when
you have
go-
different kinds of sausages too.
Yeah, but the seasoning is different in the
Oh
various.
yeah.
Kielbasa is Polish, right?
Kielbasa is Polish.
And there's various times in history where Poland was under the control of Germany.
No, that was Prussia. That was northern.
Prussia too, yeah. Well, yeah.
was the north.
Prussia and
north-
Germany are the
northeastern. That was
same thing.
northeastern
They
part
were
of
the
Germany.
same thing.
You know,
Northeastern.
it was all Germany was unified by Otto von Bismarck.
You also had the Ottoman Empire,
Those are the Turks.
Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? It was right there.
The Ottomans were the Turks. But you know, getting back to the food, like the closest thing to a kielbasa would be, I guess, a Bauernwurst.
What's that?
It's a
Kind of a matte hamburger. Do you mean the hamburger
hamburger?
meat or something else? I don't know. Salami?
No.
Salami.
No, the German salami is a Lundjäger.
Is there a German salami, really?
Yeah, Lundjäger.
Oh yeah. We have everything.
Oh, really?
We have everything.
Lundjäger and
Wow, I'd never heard of that.
and the Polish salami was the what do you call kabanusi.
And the kielbasa is sausage, right?
Well, it's a
Yeah.
smoke. It's a smoked sausage. You know, it's
So you speak Polish, James?
no,
A little bit?
no, I don't.
No?
I used to get
what
the
do you just
German
you're
bloodwurst.
100%
No, I'm
ethnicity,
Italian.
you're 100% Italian?
Yeah, the bloodwurst has bacon, smoked bacon, cut up in chunks in the German bloodwurst. But everybody in Europe, they all make it different. The Spanish put rice in their bloodwurst. The Irish and the Scottish put barley. Hold on. Let me bring Damien back.
There
he is.
Hi there. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
He's all settled now. He's
What
eating.
are you eating? Are you gonna share with us?
It looks like a taco.
Is that from Taco Bell? Good.
What is that? What kind of
Homemade tacos. It's
Oh,
got
homemade.
chicken,
What?
sour cream, cheese, and chipotle sauce.
Oh, really?
Okay.
There
Sounds
you
good.
go. So he told you. That's what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, they got Amish and Mennonites. Yeah,
Mennonites. What's that?
Mennonites. What's his name? Oh, Western Mike made a nice burrito for himself. It was scrambled egg, cheese, and skipjack tuna.
Tuna?
It's tuna with scrambled egg and cheese.
That's terrible. Why did he do that?
I don't know. Ask him. He's right.
Where is he?
I sent him the link. You know,
You sent him the link. What
I
happened?
did send him the link.
Where is he?
I don't know. He's in the comments.
He's in the basement, right? He's in
He's
the
in the,
basement.
no, he's typing.
Fucking basement.
No, he's not even in the basement. He's got that dinghy. I hope he doesn't.
He's got
come
a
out with
dinghy. I hope he
No,
has a
he-
dinghy.
He has a what do you call it? He's got an avatar
Oh, he's got the little boat, right?
a little
Yeah,
boat. It
yeah.
looks like a child's painting. It looks like a child's painting, you know.
That's right. I remember. Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know who paints like a child? I think
Maybe it's his painting.
Picasso and Van Gogh. You ever see their paintings? It looks like
Maybe
a
that's
child.
Lester Michael's painting. He never told you, right? What it is?
He never told. No, I don't know if that was.
It's probably It probably is. He just doesn't want to say it. You know, he doesn't want to be embarrassed.
He never told me he paints.
But maybe, obviously, he does.
I mean, I guess there are deep, dark secrets about everybody we know online that
There's got to be.
that we're not aware of. I mean,
Everybody's like a Batman, right?
everybody's like Batman. Like you in Long Island, you might have been a pimp, and I don't even know it.
You might have been a pimp, and I don't know it.
Damien's probably really like a mad scientist. He has a bat cave under the house.
Look at his skull hat.
The what?
His hat has a skull on it.
Or maybe I am the real life Punisher, the real life Frank Castle. You never know.
Right.
I read an article that Japan has perfected the magnetic levitation vehicle, but the only thing is you need a track on the road in order to not to provide electricity for the vehicle, but to have the magnetic field has to be present to activate the vehicle, and then the cars will hover. They will come off the ground.
That's an idea.
Yeah. You know, there's no friction. You know, because they already have trains that do that. You know,
trains.
Yeah, there's already trains that hover.
Have you heard about the
on a magnetic
fast speed train in Florida?
Yeah, I gotta give credit to that chubby governor you got down there. You got the first state to have.
Trump calls him Ron the Sanctimonious.
The first state to have a working high-speed train.
High-speed rail. High-speed
Rail. Yeah, and they're gonna attach all the cities.
They want to attach. So they got Orlando to Miami. You get there in an hour. 1 hour flat.
Okay.
If you were gonna drive, it would take about 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
That's an accomplishment, man.
You know what my friend had to do when he drove from Jacksonville to up by me.
From Jacksonville to Jersey.
He got an electric vehicle called the Nissan Leaf. And he drove for only 2 hours before the battery was almost, and he had to recharge.
Okay.
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is what it is, though, right? What?
Yeah.
You know, what do you expect out of these things?
But the good thing is, Ronnie, the good thing is that all Nissan dealers nationwide will charge your vehicle for free.
All Nissan dealers?
There you go. Come on.
Okay.
My dog.
What about Toyota dealers?
Yeah, I figured it was a dog because, you know.
You know what, James? Off topic. I was watching this SummerSlam. I told you that I paid for the Peacock, right? They had a match. It was CM Punk versus Drew Galloway. Seth Rollins was a special guest referee.
Yeah.
And the main storyline was that CM Punk had a bracelet that I think Seth Rollins stole from him. And it was about like his dog.
Yeah.
And I was thinking like, this is so fucking gay. This is a gay storyline. So CM Punk cares so much about this bracelet.
Yeah, but guess who has the bracelet now? I know what you're talking about. The Scottish Drew McIntyre.
Drew McIntyre stole it, but
and he's
this is
all
what they're
emotional.
fighting about. It's about a fucking bracelet.
The bracelet is about his dog, and he's all emotional
His
about
dog. It's not even his son.
How can anybody put that in storyline?
Oh my god, man! This is horrible shit.
That's ridiculous.
Fucking horrible.
The quality of writing today is atrocious.
It's really bad.
It really. I think they ran out of material. You know, I mean, overall. Now,
I think when Shane McMahon left, they ran out of talent. I think
Shane McMahon is supposed to sign with AEW with Tony Khan.
I don't know. AEW is a fucking whole nother thing. They have trans wrestlers. That's just
no. Their storylines are all screwy. They have very screwball storylines.
And there's also a trans there too, right?
Well, you know why?
Person.
Because Tony Khan has no people from the business hired to do the booking and the writing. He's in control of everything, and he's a dork.
Yeah.
He's not from the wrestling.
He's more of a dork than Vince Russo was a dork.
Yeah.
But Tony Khan's even worse.
Yeah, Russo was not a wrestler, not that I know of.
No, he wasn't. No, he was a video store owner. He owned 2 video stores on Long Island. I know which ones. I know where they are.
You mean
and then he became a writer for the WWF magazine, and he moved his way up.
So, in other words, the video store. So he used to rent VCRs, VHS.
You know, video stores were big in the 90s, right?
Well, I remember when they had
renting videos, right? That was a big thing.
VHS tapes, and then
right.
there was
for like a week. Yeah.
And then there was Block Balls. I mean,
Blockbuster
video. Yeah, I remember.
And Blockbuster ran all the mom and pops out of business, and then the internet ran Blockbuster out of business.
I remember that we had a mom and pop video store, video rental, and there was these 2 guys. They were twin brothers.
That's what Vince Russo used to do. He did that.
They looked exactly. They were twin midgets. You couldn't tell them apart.
Yeah.
And they had in the back. They had the adult section.
That's where they have the porno behind the curtain.
The curtain.
Every store was always like that.
Don't pay attention to that man behind.
That's how all the stores were always set up.
They had the curtain in the back.
It's classic. Right. Yeah, if you go past the register towards the back, there was a curtain.
I thought you looked familiar. You were the man behind the curtain, Ronnie.
Yeah. This is when I was a kid, man. By the time I was like 18 or what, it was already all gone. They stopped doing all that shit.
But
that's all the places they sold. You know, it was owned by old-fashioned guys.
Now, while Damien is
he's munching away.
Is recharging. He's building his strength for his third eye and clairvoyance to really explode later. What was I going to say?
We have Mickey too. So
we were yes, but she's always.
We want to hear what she has to say.
At a high level.
Teacher. I'm a Reiki teacher. I read energies. I can talk to.
Now, Mickey, can I ask you a question?
Oh, absolutely.
What do you think in relation to Krampus, the Christmas? Is this like a pagan god that is still around? Do you know about the history of
real.
it?
I believe in him.
Dude, in Jesus?
No, in Krampus.
Hang on. I missed something.
Krampus.
What?
Well, what is the historic origin of Krampus? He was a
Krampus of Weihnachtsmann. Okay, what's the story of that one? I cannot tell you, but the thing is to call him Nikolaus, and Nikolaus is actually on the 6th of December.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
December,
The 6th of December is the feast of Saint Nicholas, right?
Yeah, the thing is with this guy is he went on a white horse. He had a white horse and a cape, and it wasn't winter time; it was snow.
Mm-hmm.
So he rode his horse down the road and saw a poor woman. So he cut his cape with a sword and gave the half of the cape to the woman. And that is all about. That is Nicholas on the 6th of December. we go out in Laden and go from store to store and try to get some candies at that time.
Yeah.
So
So
and
James to explain what she's saying. Originally, the original Christmas was kind of celebrated as Saint Nicholas's feast day, December
Yeah.
6th.
yeah, and then
And
yeah.
people used to give each other gifts. You would give gifts to
Oh,
the
that is
children.
on the 23rd of December. That is when apparently that date is also wrong. That's what I found out too. We've been just so lied to that it's not even funny anymore. That when Jesus apparently was born on the 23rd of December, which is actually wrong.
It's wrong. You're right.
But December 6th is the
But
day, the feast day
Yes.
of Saint Nicholas,
right,
right?
but later,
Yes.
towards the end of December, is called the winter solstice Yule.
Yeah. Yeah.
Winter solstice.
Yuletide.
Yeah, that is a pagan holiday, which is fine. You know, it's a pagan holiday. It's not a bad celebration. You know, they celebrate with food and festivities, and it's called Yule.
Who does though? Who does?
Yeah,
The-
but the thing is that
Paganism.
yeah, pagans.
Who is that though?
But every holiday, excuse me when I say it, every holiday is dark because Krampus is a devil. Is a
Oh
demon.
yeah, that was what I really was asking you at first. Is what's your opinions on the Krampus character? Or
We
I
never knew
like
about
him. I like him
do
very
you
much.
think he has any reality to what
Yes.
he is?
He is.
Yeah.
I saw that movie from Krampus, and he is
Yeah.
dark.
You saw
He's
the
dark.
movie?
He's killing.
Is
No, because I don't
Krampus,
like that guy, that Krampus guy.
is my mentor Krampus real?
Yes.
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 Okay, there you go.
Carefully what you're asking for.
Careful with what you ask for.
No, I pay homage to Krampus.
Do you really?
Yes. Yeah, well,
Okay.
I like to see all the little.
You know, James lives where he lives in an apartment. The apartment building is directly next door to a Catholic church. He lives right next door to a Catholic church.
Who?
Yeah.
James does.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the church was built 1906, and it's very old.
It's very
a
old.
historic-
And your apartment complex was built in the 1880s, you said?
It's 140. The building's 140 years old, but they remodeled the units. They're remodeled units.
You live in a very old neighborhood.
Yeah, it's historic. Yeah, I would say so. Now Yule, solstice Yule was celebrated by Northern Europeans.
Northern Europeans.
It's a Northern European tradition.
Now, the Southern Europeans, like where your family ancestry is from,
Well, they make a bunch of salami.
they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
They had different ways of celebrating, different food, different culture. You know.
No, none of that Yuletide stuff.
No, well, there were pagans before Christianity came to. Before the Emperor Constantine brought Christianity to Rome, it was a pagan society.
Oh yeah, it was very pagan.
You know, it was Simon Magus and
That's why they crucified Jesus.
The Emperor Constantine,
because he said he was the king of the Jews.
And Peter, no, it's because they
called him the king of the Jews.
Pontius Pilate said, "This
He's
man
gonna wash his hands.
This man has done nothing.
No wrong.
He says he called him a crazy person. He hasn't committed any crime. He did nothing. Why do you want us, the Romans, to put him to death? Why? He didn't do anything."
And what did the Jews say? Crucify him. Crucify him.
Then they have Barabbas.
Crucify him.
He says, okay,
That's what the Jews did.
what's your choice? Barabbas, the thief, Barabbas, or Jesus? Take your pick. Which one do you want to crucify? And then they said they wanted Jesus crucified.
Did they actually crucify him? Because it is not even written in the Bible.
It is written in the Bible.
His people did not even know if he got actually crucified or if he got bound on the cross.
Burned?
Yeah, they were binding too. They were
Really?
not nailing, like they were binding. And he wasn't on the cross. Because Peter had the thing is, he said, they asked Peter 3 times and he says, I don't know who he is.
Peter denied him 3 times before the cock
Or
crowed.
cock crows. Now Mary Magdalene, who actually technically was one of the disciples.
Not technically, but kind
well,
of like an auxiliary.
Well, that's
disciple.
because the men in Rome, the men of the Catholic Church, didn't want her to be.
It didn't have to do with Rome.
She
was
the
men of
first,
Jerusalem.
She was the first to see Jesus.
She was the first to see Jesus. Yes.
After he was resurrected.
Resurrected. Yep.
Now,
He was.
and she stood by his side.
Yeah.
She stood by his side, and the other.
So did his mother, Mary. Stood by his side.
Now Mary Magdalene wrote a Gospel of Mary Magdalene, a book. But the Catholic Church pushed it aside to the back burner. They didn't want to use it, and she supposedly. They think there might have been offspring that they escaped to France.
Oh man, this is a scandal.
No, well, hey, what scandal? This is the funny thing. The people, the zealots of the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages, before the Middle Ages, the zealots of the Catholic Church, they made everybody celibate. Nobody had sex in the Bible. Nobody did nothing. Everybody,
You know who did? Herod had sex. Herod.
King Herod?
King Herod.
Well, he had concubines.
He had a lot of concubines, right? Yeah.
He had a lot of wives.
He did.
Did the kings of ancient times were their concubines household servants?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Were the concubines also sex slaves? Did they partake in
of course
conjugal activities there?
Yep.
Yes. And the wives just accepted it as part of the culture?
Hester doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, because the king said so, that's why.
The king said.
Yeah. Is Damien taking a really long time eating that taco?
Do you have actually guacamole on it, or sour cream, or just sauce? Oh.
You have guacamole and sour cream?
No, just chicken, cheese, sour cream, and chipotle sauce. But the reason why I'm taking my time is I've got a TMJ flare on this side, and it's going here to my teeth down here. That's why I'm chewing on this side and having to be very careful because I can feel right up in here, and it's going around my ear and back here into my neck.
Oh God!
Flare, so I gotta be
Is
careful.
it the root canal or is it the infection? Oh my goodness! Get rid of them.
Do you need a root canal?
No, throw them out.
Oh God!
With TMJ, where it flares the nerve like right up in here, it goes all the way down your jaw and then all the way down into here, and it hurts.
Oh my God!
I'm probably just going to end up having all my teeth pulled because sometimes it goes up into here on the upper part and then goes into my teeth all the way across and just it hurts. So,
wow.
And I know where I get my TMJ from. It's from my mom, and a lot of times it's weather related, where the weather has been so flip flop, and it's flaring it up. Where it's been so hot and humid, and then it rains, and all the pressures are messed up. That's why it's flaring right now.
When we got the weather changes, I had everything up here, everything. all this sinus, headaches, and everything. Now I don't have on the top any more teeth, so I'm happy. It's the teeth. It's always the teeth.
Well, when I was younger, I ate all kinds of. I ate everything, and it was the dental hygienist and the dentist that says, you really have to brush the back of your teeth, and you got to use the floss. Now they have something called plackers, which is a little plastic thing with a rod, and it goes in like really fast. Zing, 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 zing. It's easy to floss. And I started brushing the back of the teeth decades ago, and there's hardly anything to clean. The dental offices, the teeth are practically completely clean. And I says, yeah, that's because I brushed the back. And then what does Western Mike says? Allergies? I don't think it's allergy. I shouldn't really say that. I don't know. TMJ made my tuna egg burrito, had a non-alcoholic beer, went to the sauna now for one more non-alcoholic beer. Sauna?
Another beer after the sauna is not a good
Where's
idea.
the sauna? Is the sauna in your condominium complex? It's too hot here. I'm not going to no damn sauna with 90 degrees.
San Francisco is like 65 degrees right now.
It is? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, California weather's nice. When I was in San Diego, it was dry. It was like
It's not nice.
It was
65 degrees in August.
It's what's refreshing. It's
too chilly.
Dry. There's no mosquitoes. Mickey's Nevada's nice and dry too.
Nevada.
Nice and hot. Yep. No mosquitoes.
No mosquitoes. I don't care about mosquitoes. So you see around here, I have a net.
He doesn't care about mosquitoes.
That's what I thought. You have a net there,
No
don't you?
mosquitoes can get in here.
He doesn't care because they're not eating them alive. That's why. Oh, I don't care.
Get a net.
About
I mean, it's not that hard. You got a little. They call it a lanai. A lanai, they call it. If it's not a balcony, it could be outside area.
Lanai?
A lanai is called. Yeah.
Yes,
mosquito netting, right?
Mosquitoes and spiders too.
We have good spiders. Yep. We eat you guys. We have the camel spider. We have the black widows, fat ones.
Now, who's the real estate tycoon who decided, you know what, we're going to make Florida a big resort area and get all the retired people to move down here?
It's a good idea, man.
You got swamps.
Whoever was the first one to think of it, his name was Henry Flagler.
Flagler Beach.
Flagler Beach, exactly. And he's the same guy who designed Montauk, Long Island. Same guy. Yep.
Henry Flagler. And he decided is he the one that decided to fill in swampland and have buildings on top of sinkholes?
Yeah, that was him. Yep. He was the first one.
Yeah. Lovely.
And then they kept going on.
Why would you build in a swamp? Why would you build in a swamp? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it sounds crazy. It really does.
It is because it is a strike right now. They build a swamp, a house, and then you're getting the hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
It's.
Well, everybody gets the hurricanes, whether you're built on the swamp or not.
No, you get the hurricane.
Everybody gets the hurricane.
Well, you get a sinkhole, and you go.
I could get a sinkhole where I live. Yeah.
Western Mike, do you have a steam room, a sauna, and a jacuzzi?
Western Mike, what are you doing, man?
Yep, condo has a sauna.
Condo has a
Jeez.
sauna.
Ever get
Ever
ants?
get ants? Oh yes, I had them in the I had them in the bathroom.
I got ants in my pants.
That's right.
No, I get ants. You know how you get rid of? They say, well, they have a gel that
Mm-hmm.
you put some on like a plastic card or something, and then what happens is the ants think it's food. They take it down to the queen, to the colony, and they all die.
Yeah.
Yeah, they eat it and it poisons them. It's like it's like a gel.
A
Heat
gel.
is tolerable if it's not to the level of alcohol cramps level threshold. Alcohol cramps.
At the level? I don't
You
know.
mean from
Spiders
drinking
seem
too
to
much?
have a thing for someone closest living quarters.
Spiders seem to have a thing for someone's closest living. Spiders do what they got to do. They go where the food is, and if the weather's bad, they come inside. I mean, Gabriel Salaya, when during the rainy season in Arizona, scorpions try to come into your house, and they do.
I would
Somehow.
not want to live in Arizona, man. You know, what the fuck?
What, you got a scorpion? I got a new
I
scorpion
wouldn't want to just be surprised by a scorpion
inside. I got a new scorpion.
inside. Yeah, man.
I have not seen one here.
I mean, James. Honestly, I'm afraid of scorpions. To tell you the truth.
Oh, yeah, I got. I'll take a video of it.
Are you? What do you think, Damien? Scorpions.
I mean, they're a great rock band from the 80s, so it must not be all that bad.
Bad answer, Damien. Bad answer.
I hear jingle bells.
Jingle bells.
Yeah, what's going on here? Hold on. Let me see if it's my phone. I mean, I have jingle bells. I'm not ringing them right now. I got them on the front door.
What are you looking for, James?
It's a funny sound.
A funny sound.
Yeah.
Funny sound. Behind you?
It's like a
bee, right? Like you got a bee in the studio.
Well, I put up one of those fly paper things, you know, ones that unravel, and it works.
Could it be crickets? Could it be crickets?
Could
Cricket sound? Yeah, that's on my side.
No.
If you hear crickets, that's me. I'm sitting outside. We're cricket infested.
You got there's crickets in the desert, really? They're desert.
Oh my goodness, we are run over from crickets. You cannot even open your house without them marching in.
Maybe that's why your cat should take care of them when they come inside. You know.
We had this guy out, and I still see some crickets. So it's kind of can't do anything as long as they don't come in my house. I'm happy.
What if they do come in your house?
I guess the lizard.
What do you do?
Lizards don't come in the house. What?
No. What if the crickets come in? What do you do?
In the house? A lizard?
Yeah. No, a cricket. A cricket.
We have crickets. With crickets comes the black widow. Then we have the camel spiders.
Oh, I like camel spiders.
Have you seen
the
hunter spider? The hunter spider?
Camel spider.
Have you seen the hunter spider?
Oh, you could send me camel spiders, and
if I find one again,
I'll tell you how to ship it. It's first you send them to Ronnie's house.
Western Mike. Send it to Western Mike.
No. You get a plastic a deli cup, and you get you get some paper towels, several of them, and you wet them. Okay, not soaking, sopping, but reasonable. Yeah. And then you put them in there, and and then you just put it in. Let's see.
In a box, no?
Well, you could put them in a box. Yeah, the bubble wrap. The bubble wrap won't work out because they'll smash it, right? If you send yeah, but they got to be sent like 2-day priority. But I'll PayPal you the money. Don't worry about it. I'm trying
No,
to.
can't do right now. The reason why it's too hot. I think that they will be gonna be
Yeah, don't even send it. They'll probably die.
They'll suffocate in there. Wait, yeah. The
it's too hot
camel.
for them.
You could send them to me, James. I think it's not too bad here.
I would think that Atlanta would say no.
Yeah.
What?
Atlanta?
Atlanta?
If I would send them to you, to Florida
I
down,
don't live in Atlanta, though.
everything goes through Atlanta.
Everything goes through Atlanta?
Every animal goes through Atlanta.
Yeah, you couldn't put them in the same container because they'll kill each other. They're
What, you want to have another? You want to have a camel spider, Ronnie?
well, one,
Yeah,
one that's a little
a healthy one.
one that looks like he's been eaten. A little plump one with a fat.
Yeah, that size.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I need to. I mean, I could fetch one if I see one. If I don't scream first. But the thing is, you gotta be. I have to tell you, if when they bite you, everything will taste after vinegar.
Oh,
for a month.
Wait a minute. Is this a vinegaroon? I have a vinegar. Is this a vinegaroon or is this a camel?
Yeah, it's a vinegaroon.
I
They
have.
call them also camel spider.
They're related. But a camel spider has the mandibles. The vinegaroon has the pedipalps, the pinchers. The vinegaroon will spray you with acid, like it smells like vinegar.
Vinegaroon?
They told me is where when they were digging here and they found that one underground, they say everything what they bite, when they bite you, everything will taste vinegar for a month.
Well, that's their defense. They spray. They have a tail. It looks like an antenna. It goes like this.
Like
they
a scorpion?
Spray it from their butt.
Yeah,
they spray the vinegar. Like if it gets in your eyes, the acid is stronger than white vinegar. But that's their defense.
And it's called a vinegaroon?
Vinegaroon. You could look it up on Google. VINEGAROON. Vinegaroon.
Vinegaroon. All right.
Yeah, it's an arachnid. They live a long time. I mean, the females have been known to live 20 years, like a tarantula.
20 years. Fuck.
20. Yeah. The tarantulas too. The females live a long time.
The males only 5 years or 6 years or something like that. They don't live that long.
Yeah. Well, in captivity, they live in the lap of luxury because somebody is feeding them. They don't have to go hunting for their food.
Yeah.
Usually they're in a nice setup.
Yeah.
Same thing with the desert hairy scorpion I have. The females also live that long. The females live a long time. The males.
So the females live longer than the males, you're saying?
A lot longer than the males.
I mean, it's similar to humans, right?
Males.
The females usually live longer than the males.
The males are just there to
give the sperm
to propagate. That's it.
That's all they fucking do.
That's all they do. And then the female.
No, that's not true though. That's not true.
If the male doesn't leave right away, he gets eaten, and then the female uses the male to feed the babies.
What is that? What is that with? What species?
all of the arachnids.
No, not the spiders. You mean?
All the arachnids.
Yeah, that's what they do.
The mantis, praying mantis, the
Yeah,
spider.
yeah. They're weird because they have like a queen, right? And then they have the whole colony is around the queen.
Well, no, you're talking about bees
I'm talking about spiders, right?
No, they're
spiders don't do that.
They're solitary.
Oh, okay, yeah. So and ants do that. Ants do that, right?
Vinegaroons are solitary.
Right? Ants do that.
Tarantulas-
Ants.
Yeah, ants
have the colony.
Ants are communal.
Right.
Arachnids are solitary.
Those are the ones that eat the ants.
You know what? You know what loves to eat ants is the horned lizard. In the
Horned
desert,
lizards.
There's an animal called the horned lizard, a reptile.
Yeah.
And it's flat and it's wide, and it has horns on its head, and they eat ants. And also, the reason why dart frogs are so high in venom is because they eat the ants in the Amazon, the soldier ants, and they collect the venom.
The Amazon is no fucking joke.
No, the soldier ant venom.
Yeah.
It collects in the skin of the dart frog.
The soldier ant.
The dart frog is so deadly.
Right. In the desert. Right.
No. The dart frog is an Amazon rainforest amphibian. They're
Amazon
very bright. They're very
so
brightly colored.
not the Florida area.
No.
Not them. No.
No.
You touch their
Come on.
and you rub your eyes or you put it gets in your mouth, you're gone. That's what the natives use to put they put the venom, the poison, I'm sorry, not the venom. The poison from the dart frog goes on their darts. That's why they call them darts. So the natives using the blowgun, they put that poison from the frog on the end of their darts. That's where the frog gets the name.
All of them did that?
How can I turn that one
They
around?
use the darts for hunting and wet weapons. You know, they use the blowgun.
The blowgun.
Yeah. Well, now you can get like real serious blowguns now. You know, they have ones that can shoot farther. They're long. They're not made of They're not made of wood. They're made
bamboo.
of polypropylene, maybe, or something.
If they were made of bamboo, that would be pretty cool, right?
Yeah, bamboo. A lot of things are made of bamboo, actually. So, Mr. Damien, did you take any painkillers or anything?
Do what?
How can I put my camera
Did you
straight?
take any type of extra strength Tylenol or anything?
No, if I just massage and do trigger point massage, a lot of times it goes away. I got it just about subsided. So I put pressure down here on certain points of my jaw and on my temple and back behind my ear. A lot of times it goes away.
There you go. I'm back.
Yeah, because
So you have a headache? Is that what's going on?
No, he's got
it's a TMJ flare.
TMJ. It goes.
What is that? BMJ?
It's a nerve. It shoots nerve pain. It shoots down the side of his jaw.
Yeah, and I got it from my mom.
Oh.
Where does it start? Around the temple area?
Sometimes it starts in the temple. Sometimes it starts behind the ear and goes around. And sometimes it even just starts down here in the jaw. It just depends on the day. But today it's flared right here. So,
you know what's painful? You ever have sciatica?
I've had that in the jaw, Damien. I felt it in the jaw area, in the corner of the jaw.
a lot of times it's weather related. I can definitely tell that it's weather related because, like I said, it's been hot and humid and it rains and the barometric pressure is all over the place. It's not consistent right now. So it's causing everything to flare.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Oh,
rare when
no.
I get one, but when I get one, it hurts.
Hurts.
I was.
Do they give you medicine for it? Or do they say you take Tylenol?
I mean, I could take medicine for it, but like I said, a lot of times, but I just do like on the pressure points because there's a pressure point here in your jaw, right here on your temple, and then back behind your ear. That a lot of times, if you just put pressure and just massage it, a lot of times it goes away because it's like I said, this is barometric pressure related, where everything is just so out of whack right now.
Oh my God, I don't want that pain.
Trust me,
Yeah.
I rarely get one, but when I do, it hurts. My mom gets them pretty frequent, so.
So maybe you're getting older. But, like your mom.
Like I said, it's rare.
I know sciatic is very painful, but that's in a different part of the body.
No, I don't have sciatica.
You don't have sciatica?
No, I don't.
That'll shoot from your side of your leg up to your hip, sometimes into your lower back, but mostly the side of your leg into your hip. It's like really painful.
And sometimes if you get any sort of like pressure or tension in your neck or in your shoulder, it can cause a flare. So I'm trying to see if I can just roll and pop my neck and shoulder and see if that might
Yeah,
help.
do a slow neck roll, like clockwise and counterclockwise.
Like
If all else fails, icy hot. Just put some icy hot on my shoulder and right here, and it should help. But I think I've just about got it subsided.
You know what the chiropractor told me? A lot of people that look down for a living, like they look at a computer monitor.
Well, everybody looks down because they're looking at their phone.
Right.
Well, that's why I have my chair angled right here, so I'm looking straight at it, so I'm not looking down.
There's
Good. That's good. That's good.
An area right above your shoulder blade, between your neck and your shoulder blade, and it gets a knot. It gets a spasm. And he showed me where it was. It's on both sides, above the shoulder blade, which is the scapula, above the scapula, and between that and the neck. And they're really hard, muscular knots.
This is very good information, James.
And that will shoot up and give you a headache.
Yeah, because most of the time, people these days, they look down. If they're standing up, they're looking down, right?
Yeah.
So it's a good thing to know.
A good way to work that out is like, let's say your significant other, she can take her elbow, you can put some liniment on it, and just in circular motions, just dig right in there, and it'll loosen up that knot.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put some icy hot on, so I'll be back in just a sec.
All right.
They would say take a string around the tooth, take the door, and slam the door.
Poor fucking guy, man.
Hey, here we go. Dunkin' Donuts again in the gray. Oh, that great.
America runs on Dunkin'.
That gray circle. Yeah. I'll bring him back. Hold on. No, that's not it.
He has to put like a nice American flag or something like that.
He does have a flag.
He does, right? He does. Yeah.
That ugly gray thing.
You do, right? You have a flag also.
Yeah,
peace flag.
I'll show you the peace flag. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what it is.
I know you don't have the time. No,
you gotta put it as or send it to me. You never sent it to me. Send it to me.
Sent it to you before.
You never sent it to me.
There it is.
There it is.
Right.
The fucking peace flag. Why? So why is it the peace flag?
You can get that on Amazon.
Why, James? Why is it the peace
flag?
I
have no idea why.
Because it's not facing west. That's why.
Hold on.
It's usually facing straight.
Well, they're horizontal.
Like they're running into war.
I mean,
that's why. And if it's facing down, that means there's no war. No war right now. That's why they never use that one, because there's always a war going on.
There's always a war. In the United States, it's always involved in a war.
That's the peacetime flag, which is never used.
So the stripes are vertical, and the back, and then the stars in the background are reversed.
Right.
You have blue stars with the white background. But you
And
can get one
it's just
for your
saying
terror.
that this is the flag of the United States, or the United States at peace.
Yes, that's
But the United States has never been at peace since it began.
well, people that don't know what that is. They say that somebody made that up. I go, no,
Somebody made it up. They didn't make it up.
I mean, somebody made up the other flag you always see too, the war flag. Betsy Ross,
Betsy Ross.
Betsy Ross has got it all sewn up, and then there's more.
No, it was who made the original flag.
Well, the 13 colonies were in a circle. The stars were in a circle.
But who was the president's wife? Was it Betsy Ross?
Betsy Ross was the wife of George Washington.
Oh,
And
but
did
there
you
was another one too, though. Another one of the
know-
presidents that had a wife that was making the flag.
did
It was the one who rescued the flag during the War of 1812.
And then there's more.
What was her name? What was her name?
I don't know.
Come on,
Ask
James.
Ronald
James,
Terrio,
James,
the history
James.
professor. How the hell do I know?
What?
I thought you knew.
You're gonna make me play the Maud song. No, the original flag was made of hemp material. Did you know that?
That's what they make weed from.
They all grew hemp back then, and they used hemp material.
For ropes. They go.
Right, and the seeds are very healthy for you.
Mhm.
Anyway, I digress.
Hemp.
Yeah, but the material is very durable, much more than cotton. So the
Yeah.
first flag was hemp, but you're right about the war flag as opposed to the peace flag. But you get people that are brainwashed into whatever they were taught when they were kids in school, even if it's
Because
lies.
these are very important years when you're a kid.
Even if it's lies. My history books
Of course, yeah.
were full of lies.
Yeah. Mine
were-
probably were too.
And they kept information from
But
us.
it made you a better citizen, right?
No, not wasting my time learning bullshit, but now I'm a better citizen for
Now
Yeah.
you're a better citizen.
Yeah.
Right.
Now,
Exactly.
this is made in Austria.
You are a critical thinker.
Well, a truth-seeking, free, independent, critical. Yeah, an independent, critical, free thinker.
Would you call yourself, James, a Freemason? Or no?
A Freemason? No, I'm not a part of any secret society.
Who is in that?
Not me.
Ronnie, are you in it?
No.
Oh,
Are you?
no. I would know.
What do you think about it?
The secret societies haven't done anything.
The Freemason secret society. What do you think of it?
Well,
I don't know.
Didn't they start with the Knights Templar originally?
No, he didn't. That's a myth.
No, they're
The
not.
Knight Templars are in wait a minute, they were in the UK. Freemasons as well.
Yeah, the Freemasons started in the UK.
Well, the Knights Templar had the Holy Grail. They had the cup that Jesus drank the wine out of, and they took it. They took it to Scotland.
They didn't though.
Yeah.
They didn't though. It's just
then
that's
there
just
was-
a made up story.
And then there's a spear, the Roman spear that he stuck into Jesus's side.
Right.
And the blood came on the spear. That spear has great power. Any king or army that possesses the spear will be like invincible, they say. But I don't know if these are myths. I don't know if these.
They are. They are. Yeah.
People throughout.
Well, where do you think the spear is today?
I don't know.
There is no spear.
Illuminati.
There's no spear.
I mean, I don't know.
Nobody claims to have that spear anywhere. Nothing like that's happening.
People like to tell stories. And,
Yeah, but sometimes it's good to tell stories.
yeah, like
Sometimes.
I like to hear stories about Ireland, about the leprechauns and
So
the
Ireland's a very interesting
they got
country,
a lot.
right? Ireland, they say, saved Western civilization because it's the farthest west on the whole European continent. If you think about it, right, it's all the way west, and when the Roman Empire went down and the Germans and the pagans moved in, they were trying to destroy anything that was from classical Greece or classical Rome, and it ended up all being saved in Ireland. Somehow it got to Ireland. The books and things that people had learned, and any type of thing like that. It all went to Ireland. They all got it there somehow, and the monks put it into libraries in the monasteries.
You know what library they destroyed? They had a lot. Is the Alexandria Library in Egypt.
They burned it.
They
Right?
burned it. They destroyed it. And Alexandria.
Who did that, James? Who did that?
It was
Was
named
that the Greeks? Who did that?
No,
The Greeks burned it?
No, I'm not sure.
I think it might have been the Greeks.
There was a lot of information there. Now, the United States is part of the Western Hemisphere now, but before it wasn't. So you had Ireland was the most west. But
Yeah, well, and Ireland was the most devout as well. That followed the Catholic Church.
you also had paganism was
rampant before they became Catholic in Ireland. But once
their paganism was fascinating, you know, really.
the Druids, yeah, the weird shit,
between
man.
the Druids and the Picts of Scotland.
But that's not the Irish though.
The Romans couldn't conquer.
They couldn't control them, right?
They couldn't invade Scotland because
the Celtics, the Romans couldn't control, right?
They couldn't.
But remember the original Britons that lived on the island of Great Britain, right? The original Britons that lived there, the Romans eventually came and conquered them.
Yeah.
And the Britons were Celtic tribe, right?
Like the Druids.
Yes, yeah.
And they say that Stonehenge, just like the pyramids and the Sphinx, are most likely much older than they originally thought.
Yeah.
They say the Sphinx is over 10,000 years old.
The Sphinx, yeah.
Now the Angles and the Saxons, as in Anglo-Saxon, they came from Germany. They
came from Germany.
They were like Vikings.
Yes. Yeah. And the original English language, is a Germanic language. A lot of people don't know that.
Well, there's a lot of words that.
But it's Anglo-Saxon, and like you said, Anglo-Saxon is German. That's how the English language started. A long, long time ago.
Yeah. So the original people of England were the Druids, and they just.
Well, no, the Druids were the priests. The Druids are the priests in that society.
They were the pagan high priests.
The pagan priests, yeah. That's what a Druid is. And then the other people are the ones that follow the Druids. You know?
Yeah, I know. In Ireland, you had the banshees. Like if you heard the banshee scream, if it was close to you, then it's like somebody was going to die.
No, when you hear the banshee, you die.
Oh shit!
When you hear it, you die. When you
hear the banshee,
when you see
so
it,
if you hear it, you're done for.
yeah. If you see it, that means somebody you know is going to die, right?
If you see it, somebody you know is gonna die.
I haven't seen it. Is it not the demon, the bungee? The
Is it?
bungee?
I'm not sure if it's
Is it an Irish demon?
if it's a demon or if it's an elemental or if it's like a fairy related to a
Hey, I don't know.
Mickey, what do you think when every March 17th,
But this is March 17th.
March 17th in the United States is St. Patrick's Day?
Oh, this leprechaun. That's
Yeah,
actually kind of funny because this leprechaun comes actually from England.
from England. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that is an English thingy.
he's
And
not a
that thing is
He's not a
bad.
leprechaun.
No,
He's not a leprechaun.
He wasn't Irish.
Saint Patrick.
St. Patrick,
He
Irish.
wasn't Irish, and he wasn't a leprechaun either. He wasn't. He really wasn't.
Is he not that guy with the gold pot?
Yeah,
It's a
that's
leprechaun.
No, the one with the gold pot is a leprechaun. That's not Saint Patrick. That's
But
just
this St.
somebody.
Patrick.
That's Saint Patrick was actually a real person, and he was from England. He wasn't from Ireland.
Yeah.
He was from England. He was from England, and then some Irish guys came over and captured him, made him a slave when he was a kid, and he grew up as a slave in Ireland, and then he escaped and went back to England, and he became a priest when he was in England, and then he wanted to go back to Ireland and evangelize them to make them Christians. He went back to Ireland finally, and the legend is that he drew the snakes out of the island. So now in Ireland, there's no more snakes because of St. Patrick.
There never was snakes in a snake.
Oh, there might have been back a long time ago, but you never knew.
I think snakes are symbolic of maybe paganism. It could be.
Yeah, like usually the devil would be a snake. So yeah, so St. Patrick drew the snakes out of Ireland.
Poor snake.
And forced the devils out, the demons, the snakes, all of them.
Isn't that, yeah? I have to say one thing is with the United States, while you're coming on St. Patrick Day, all the holidays, okay, and the church, the Illuminati,
yeah,
they're all the church from England. They're here too. They're ruling America too. Do you know this?
No, I didn't know that.
You do not go away from the Queen.
From the Queen?
Yeah, you're not coming away because as if you're really looking into the history, look in the presidents. They all have the line of the Queen.
Even England, not England. I'm sorry, Canada. Not French Canada in Quebec, but the rest of Canada still regards the crown. They still pay homage to the British crown.
Yes.
Yes, but that's a dominion of the United Kingdom. But what Mickey is saying is totally different about the United States. That's a different thing, right?
Right.
Right.
Go after the presidents. They have besides one having all aligned back to the Queen.
Mm-hmm.
They're also all related.
Yeah.
That's it. Only going back to the Queen.
They were all related in World War One. All the countries in World War One were related. The rulers were all cousins.
All related.
Yeah,
it's
and
crazy.
They all trace their ancestry back to Queen Victoria.
So they practiced
in England. That was Queen Victoria was alive at the time of World War One.
So they practice incest to keep the royal blood.
Yeah.
Contain the royal blood.
So a lot of times they did, yeah.
It goes even further. It
But
goes even
it was
further.
cousins fighting against cousins. It was a family affair.
Yeah. It goes even further to the, oh God, to the, who was that guy? To the wasn't it not the Roman term? Where they, no, the one, the guy who, the Schloss Neuschwanstein, they were all related. That's why they all were to having health problems.
Yeah. Well, they say with the
All of them.
Habsburgs, they all had a big chin. A very long chin would differentiate that made you look like a Habsburg,
Really?
royal member of the royal family, because they had inbred so much that they had distinctive features. You know.
So when Henry VIII was around, so the Catholic Church would not.
Henry VIII.
They wouldn't give him. They wouldn't give him a divorce.
Oh yeah.
The
So the
Pope wouldn't,
the Pope wouldn't grant him a divorce.
wouldn't grant him a divorce. So that's how he started the Church of England.
He started the Anglican Church because of that.
Anglican. Now,
and now it's still around to this day.
Right. But when he was he married a Spaniard who was Catholic, Mary. I think name was
That
Mary.
was the one that he wanted to divorce because she couldn't have a kid.
She couldn't bear him any sons.
That was the one that he wanted to divorce.
Yeah, because that was the thing. Right? They wanted to continue the family name. So he he couldn't get a divorce from her. So the Anglican Church, he decided as the king that he wasn't going to be married to her anymore, and and that's
He
when
created his own church,
right
out of thin air.
And then he out of thin air, and then he married Anne Boleyn, who had cheated on him.
Then he accused her of cheating on him. I don't think it's ever been proven that she actually did cheat on him.
She also couldn't bear him a son.
She couldn't give him a son, so he put her to the guillotine, right?
Well, they didn't have guillotine. They had regular old-fashioned head chopping.
What's the difference?
The difference is a person whacks the head off with a big, gigantic, sword.
Terrible.
Yeah, I know it is. It is. It's kind of barbaric, but
it really is.
So
first, it's supposed to be a Christian civilization is doing this type of shit.
Well, they burned people to the stake, the Catholic Church back then, and they're supposed to be Christians, right? So, what a horrible way to go there. So, so first Anne Boleyn's brother was put to death. He was beheaded. And then
which one was James? When did James? James II, right? James II? James II was the last Catholic monarch of England.
James
II, yeah. And then it was called the Glorious Revolution.
Yeah.
It took over. Basically, it was a coup against him. I think it was his sister, and then she married somebody from like Denmark, right?
Yeah, I think so.
William of Orange. And then they sailed over, and it was a bloodless coup. There was no bloodshed or anything, and they called it the Glorious Revolution of 1688.
Now, Henry VIII's daughter had red hair. She was a ginger.
Was that Mary?
She became Queen Elizabeth I. Yeah.
Okay.
She was a redhead.
His daughter. Okay, so then who was James? I think James came after her.
His youngest daughter. I think James might have been the son of his first wife, Mary, who was Catholic. Well, eventually she became Queen of England, and that's where they got the name Bloody Mary from, because she used to put people to death for heresy.
Mm-hmm.
Left and right. She was executing people.
She was before James. I
believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when Henry VIII died, she became queen, and then that was really horrible because she ended up being worse than Henry, much worse.
Henry wasn't even really that bad, right?
No. But this
I
this
think
girl
he
was,
actually he gets a bad rap, Henry VIII.
no, he did get a bad rap, but Mary, Bloody Mary, as they called it for a reason. Yeah, she was bad. I get
Henry
from,
VIII really wasn't even that bad.
now there was a Mary Queen of Scots that I think got put to death.
The Queen of the Scots.
Mary Queen of Scots. I guess she was in charge of the Scottish colony.
I gotta get my phone with you guys. Hang on.
Yeah, it must be getting hot with those. Lady Godiva was a sweet reminder.
Of course. Yeah, we got to suffer on. I know. Whoop.
Yeah, it must have been really hot wearing those headphones. Oh, you still got them? All right.
So I'm back.
All right, great. Now I want to look up. Something called Marian quartz. It's a black stone that's supposed to be good for protection.
A black stone?
Called Marian quartz. It's supposed to be
Marian quartz.
Marion. It's supposed to be more for protection than even black tourmaline.
Who is smoking? I smell cigarette smoke.
Nobody here. This is a smoke-free building. You think?
I have I'm alone here. It's just a kind of a strange thing is that since Ronnie is smoking, I smell cigarette smoke.
I'm gonna interrogate him when he gets back.
No, it's just I can ask him, hey Ronnie, I'm getting cigarette smoke. I'm getting cigarette smoke here. I have a question on you. Hang on. Let me first that black stone. Black quartz.
Yeah, it's called Marion quartz.
Marion.
It's black like obsidian, like black obsidian. It's
What are you talking about?
Marion quartz. Okay.
It's supposed to be good for protection. We talk about crystals.
Jasper.
Red jasper. I have two jasper. I have a pyramid and I have a skull made of red jasper. Very pretty stone. I know. Yeah, I was looking at this banner of all black crystals, black stones, and I know black tourmaline, black obsidian, which is volcanic glass, but this is called Marion quartz, which is supposed to be good for protection. It's supposed to be.
What? And you say it's black?
Yeah, it's black and very shiny. It's like Marion.
Marion, as I come back on. Mariam Jasper. I'm coming back on Mariam Jasper.
Maybe it is a jasper.
It's a jasper.
Maybe it's not Yeah, maybe it's a jasper.
Jasper is a grounding stone.
It's a grounding stone? Okay. Yeah, usually black
Oh, there's a black gold Miriam stone. I don't trust that one because the Miriam stone is a nice jasper. Have a black contact, have a strong, apparently strong, what? Oops.
Hopes.
Did you go and light a cigarette?
Ronnie, can you? I have a question on you, Ronnie. Can you send the smoke through the computer, through the screen?
No, I can't.
Were you smoking before? You could say
Yeah,
that.
I ran out though. I don't have any right now.
I
Oh,
smell
okay.
cigarette.
Yeah. Well, he was smoking. He was smoking the medicinal stuff, not tobacco, not tobacco, or tobacco, as they say out west.
I smell smoke.
Yeah, he was smoking the medicinal plant.
I smell smoke here. Ronnie smokes, I smell smoke.
Huh.
But that's okay. That's fine. That's sweet.
Right?
I'm
No,
sorry.
that's good. It's good. It's amazing. The
That's fine.
now Reiki healing does that usually involves putting crystals under the bed, under
Under
like
the bed. Huh?
no, not a regular bed, but like they could use like a massage table. If somebody, you're right, they usually use like a massage table. They open it up, and the patient lies on it, and the crystals go on top of the patient, and sometimes underneath, right? Is that how
Yeah.
it works? Yeah, I know selenite. Selenite is important for the healing process.
It's actually beautiful, Jasper. I think I have one actually.
The Marion Jasper. Well, jasper is a nice stone. I know the red one is. I love it because it's my favorite color. It's a dark red. It's a dark red, like blood or rose.
Red or rose.
Yeah, let me show you the. Let me get the red jasper skull.
So that is James's flag. Represents peace. Peace in the United States.
Freedom rider.
Honey, can I ask you a question? Are you on the dark side? There's a light side and there's a dark side.
Are you
In
asking?
reading or something like that.
You're
That's a
asking
jasper.
if I'm on the dark side?
Yeah. There's somebody. Something is
No, I'm not.
no.
I'm on the light side. Definitely on the light side.
It's red jasper.
Yeah.
That's a red jasper. Yeah.
I'm 100% on the light side. The light side, right, is the side of God.
Yeah, because I think every single time that you tend more to the dark side,
No.
that's what I'm asking.
No.
That's good.
No.
Learning thingy.
I can't do that. James.
How are things, Mr. Ronnie S? How are things? How have things been on the home front? Have they improved?
Oh yeah.
All right, good. You know, because communication is very important.
I didn't get to see the Liv Morgan match tonight.
No, I don't want. Gabriel Salaya is being a blabbermouth. He's trying to tell me.
What did he say?
Something. I don't want to hear. I want to be surprised when I watch the pay.
Do you think it happened already?
Oh yeah, it's over the pay-per-view, but
It's over.
Yeah, but he tried to tell me something that happened. I don't want to know. I want to be surprised.
That's why I can only watch it if it's live. I can't, if it's not live, I can't watch it.
Because if people are not blabbermouths, then you will be surprised.
And you never know if that could happen.
See, this is good, Mickey. I like this is
What is that?
It's emergency lantern, battery operated. It takes 3 AA's, and it's an LED.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks nice.
Yeah, it's in case the electricity goes out.
That's
when you
good,
lower it,
That's
you know,
good. That's good.
it's dim. When you lower it, it's dimmer. Then when you lift it, it gets brighter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Where did you buy that one?
My sister gave me 2. I got 2 of them.
Your sister is pretty good, right?
Yeah. I mean, instead of having candles all over the house and God forbid the cat knocks over the candle by accident, you know.
That's an idea.
So does your sister have any kids?
No, she
Are you looking for somebody, Ronnie?
yeah.
I was just curious.
I saw a leprechaun run by.
I was just curious.
No, she doesn't have any kids. She really didn't want to get. I don't think she wants to, like myself. I don't think she wants to make any personal sacrifices to be a parent.
Oh.
And but she can't have them now because she had uterine.
Too old. She's too old now.
Well, she had uterine fibroids and she had a partial hysterectomy.
Do you have any other siblings?
Yeah. Well, my brother, he had 2 daughters. Yeah, he had 2 children. Yeah. So.
Do you have any kids, Ronnie?
What?
Ronnie, do you have any kids?
He laughs. I not that I know of. Maybe he has kids that he doesn't know about. Maybe I have. I don't know. I mean, we things were very wild when I was 18.
Ronnie left. Why did he left?
He left. As soon as you said kids, no, I don't think that. Yeah, that was a funny coincidence.
That was really funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damien's been waiting in the wings. I didn't even see it. You know why? Because they have a new system now here where.
Oh, what?
Well, normally everybody that was waiting in the wings was on the left side of the screen in a large like square video, but now everybody's on the far right in these little circles.
I see.
And that's why it's hard. You know, you have to like really pay attention. As soon as Mickey asks Damien, as soon as Mickey asks Ronnie, "Do you have any children, Ronnie?" He's like in a nanosecond vanished.
Out.
Well, I finally got my pain to subside. You know what? Finally got rid of it.
What?
So I got some icy hot on the side of my face and down through here, and it's helping. But when I went in there, I had to sneeze, and when I sneezed, it went away. I don't understand, body. What is up with you? You're making no logical sense right now. You're in pain, but I sneeze and you feel better.
How could
It's
one
like, what the hell?
sneeze? How could one sneeze?
Pressure. Is the pressure when you sneeze?
It's like you jarred
Yes.
something loose.
You pump probably that nerve back on the place where it should be. Is I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. My body, it's being weird right now. If I could swap with a replacement body for right now until we get this one figured out, please do that.
No, it just doesn't make sense. What happened to you is like, why would you go from all that pain? Oh, here he is. Why would you go from all that pain to nothing with just a sneeze? You know, it's like
I don't know. You tell me. My body makes no sense sometimes.
Oh, Ronnie is.
oh, Ronnie,
Is
Ronnie,
back. Ronnie moved to bed.
where is he? He looks like he just woke up from sleep.
Yeah.
What happened?
I thought that Ronnie was smoking.
He was outside on what are you?
Are you all right, Ronnie?
Are you all right? Nah, he's not all right.
He's not all right. He's all right. Ronnie.
Ooh.
Ronnie has no clue where he is.
Can you hear us?
That is the strangest thing.
Did something happen to Ronnie mentally? Yes.
No clue. We were sitting, you have seen it as Damon. We were sitting all outside. Ronnie was sitting outside, smoking and drinking, and all of a sudden he gets in bed. I have no
Is
clue.
Ronnie like clueless as to where he is? Yes.
That's what happens when you mix pot and booze.
When you what?
When you mix pot and booze.
Pot and liquor, yeah. Pot and booze, yeah.
Yeah, I've done
He
that
looked
a
like
few
that he
times.
was
It's
out
not
of
fun.
space.
Yeah, like he's really spaced out looking. He's like
Yeah,
you have
that
one
is
or you have the other. Don't mix them.
what happened. He was smoking
yeah, he was
his
smoking
weed
he was smoking marijuana and he was probably drinking also
and
tonight.
drinking. So, and the thing is, when he was done with smoking, but when the pipe was empty or whatever he was smoking, then he put a new one on. He was sitting outside.
Yeah, but I could tell when he's drinking. He's not a happy drunk. He's very confrontational, and he was being very nice tonight. He was being well.
He
Yeah,
asked James how many kids he has and if the kids and everything. I asked Ronnie how many kids he has. Now this hadn't gone, and then we saw this picture.
yeah, but how many kids?
I got one.
Huh?
Yeah, I just have one.
Oh, he has more than one. He had, I think, 2 bottles of beer or whatever it was.
Well, I have one other sibling, a half sister, same mom, different dad. I might, Kim says in the word, I might have a second sister that's also a half sister, same dad, different mom, but my dad neither confirmed nor denied that before he passed on. So I don't know.
So unless this girl sends you a message and says, "Are you so and so?" I might be your half sister.
Well, here's how that whole thing got started. So, one evening when I was still living with my mom and she was still with her fiance, we kept getting calls at the house, and they were asking if I'm named after my dad, so they were asking if my dad was there, and I said, "Well, I'm his son. Is there something that I can do for you?" And they just kept hanging up. So finally, after about the third or fourth time they called, I finally just said, my dad doesn't have a regular telephone number, and I'm not giving out his cell phone number. So, is there something I can help you with? So finally, I got some answers that she was trying to get a hold of him to ask some questions about if she is his daughter. And I said, Okay, what makes you think that my dad is also your dad? And she explained, and here's what she explained, that back when he was in the military in the 80s. So he was in from 80 to 90. He was stationed at Fort Sam Houston, and then he was stationed up in Fort Devon in Massachusetts for a little bit. Then he came back down to Fort Sam, but during periods of time, whenever he would go on leave to spend time with his family, that he and her mom would have hookup flings from time to time. And she was wondering if
Make a DNA test.
she was wondering if she was her dad as well, because she didn't know who her real father was. Like, her mom just would not say anything, so she had to go find this on her own. So she gave me the whole story about they had some flings, and then that she took a pregnancy test and come to find out that she was pregnant, but she would never disclose who the father was. So that was like let's see, how long ago has that been now? I want to say it's been about 10, 11 years ago. And I know who she is. Like, she actually lives down here in this area where I now live, where I said I was in Churchill tonight. Yeah, she lives in Churchill, but I've seen pictures of her. I found her on Facebook. There's a strong possibility that I might have another sister. Same dad, different mom, because when I look at the photos of her and compare it to my dad, I'm like, there's a pretty strong resemblance right there.
Is she aware of that? So, in other words, does she share the same father that you have?
Well, that's what we were trying to find out, was my dad also her dad? And that's what we were trying to find out, because, again, her mom just would not tell her who the real father was. And then every single time that she would mention, like, my father's name, that she would get very upset and just really wouldn't say anything. But I also asked my dad the same thing. So that was her side of the story. Now here's my dad's side of the story. So, yeah, he admitted that her and him had flings, and that they would hook up as, like, fuck buddies whenever he'd be on leave. However, the pregnancy test in question, he was actually able to get a hold of those results as well through the back channels, even though he wasn't supposed to, but it was negative.
Did you make a DNA test?
Well, that's going to be a problem, considering, well, my dad has now been dead going on, it'll be 8 years in October, and I'm not going to have it exhumed for a DNA test.
You can make a DNA test with her and see if you're related. It will come out, either or.
And how much would that cost?
You have to look sometimes. It's Ancestry. If you do it together, you see what I'm saying? They have sometimes cheap tests. So kind of, I don't know.
I saw a home pregnancy test at the Dollar Tree by the cash register. I don't know how.
I made an Ancestry test and I made my heritage because I'm from Europe.
Oh,
So
I know my
I found,
heritage.
depending, as I think I paid kind of $80, $70 for my Ancestry, and I think $100 for my heritage, because my heritage is based on Europe.
Yeah, I'm Western European all the way. Like, I'm Welsh, German, Scottish, and Irish. So I'm
What
all
you think? What you think? Because here's the thing: if you make a DNA test, let's say on my heritage, and everything is wrong, what your family taught you, you may fall in the hole. You will unlock sometimes a bee nest, a hornet nest. You can get in the. See what I'm saying? I got adopted. I knew this when I was a child. They told my parents, tell her as soon as possible that she's adopted. So with 6, I knew I was adopted.
I know my biological parents, and both sides of the family, the documentation of both sides of the family, we can definitely trace back to Wales, Germany, Scotland, and Ireland. We can actually go back to our roots. Now, is there probably something else intermingled? Yeah, probably, but Western European is definitely my heritage.
So it's like I said, as a student, and there I would go because you have from German roots, from European. I would go into my heritage. You will be surprised sometimes what you have in it. If you want to. It's all if you want to. It's not a must.
It's amazing.
If you really
DNA,
feel like it.
But they could decipher from that. Amazing.
Well, I wonder, besides
DNA
DNA
is
tests, if
just
there's some other way
amazing
that
what
we
they
can
can
find out
detect.
if she really is my long-lost half-sister.
Well, DNA is probably the most accurate, right?
I would be surprised if I related with you guys.
They're even bringing. I was watching a video where they're bringing back. They're on the verge of bringing back extinct animals but you got to have a perfect strand of DNA. It can't be like damaged. It can't be broken. It's got to be good condition.
Yeah.
But there's something called an artificial womb. Like if they can't find an animal that is living that is closely related to the extinct animal, there's something called an artificial womb. I don't know what that is, but I know.
I'm still here. I'm just putting my DoorDash schedule in.
I know there's
We lost them, and
there's a clinic.
I'm still here.
South Korea, where they clone just about anything you want to clone.
To tell you the truth, if they're starting to clone, they have not learned from Jurassic Park.
Well,
we don't need them.
Well, you know, they found perfect DNA of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they said that the chicken will be the best.
Yeah, the chicken comes from the dinosaur.
Yeah, the chicken will be the best host for anything in the family of a T-Rex, which would be like a bipedal predator.
Yeah.
Velociraptor, T-Rex.
Yeah, I don't think we should be cloning extinct animals. They went extinct for a reason, and I think 5 films of Jurassic Park showed us why we should leave the dinosaurs extinct.
I
don't think humans and dinosaurs can coexist. I don't think that's going to be possible.
Like they want to bring back the saber-toothed tiger. I mean, do you really want to bring that? I mean, and then, well, the mammoth, they're cute. I don't mind the mammoth, the woolly mammoth.
I hear that today actually slapped me here on TikTok, as I'm constantly on TikTok. But the thing is, there was this Elon Musk, and he asked, and they were talking about extinction of the dinosaur, and he said, "What is if they are not extinct? What is if they're underground and hiding?"
Possible. And at this point, nothing surprises me, nothing shocks me anymore. So that could be true.
Yeah.
We'll have to do a deep dive on that with the tarot cards. Not tonight, but I'll do a pull on it just to see if there could be something with that.
It's not, the Loch Ness Monster is not only in Scotland. There's other lakes that have the same sightings. Lake Champlain in New York, Chesapeake Bay in Maryland. I mean, there are other lakes where they have similar sightings. So either there's
they can be still out.
Maybe there's a portal. Maybe there are portals.
Speaking on portal, is I can set. I hope I have this picture actually. I can if I have it, I will send it to you too, Damon. So to see what I see in the night. See what I'm saying? And there is a portal, a big one. And I asked the ETs, because as I'm smack metal living in the hunters ETs. I don't know which one, which kind of hunters. But the thing is, what now? But the thing is, they were looking for this guy.
Yeah.
And one person said, "Oh, that's a Sasquatch." I said, "Wait a minute, Sasquatch don't live in the desert." So, but here's the thing is, when we say that the how do you call this one, or the Jurassic Park, okay, we have the lizards. The lizards, ETs, they have this specific eyes and I think scaled skin and whatsoever. What is if all this Jurassic Park thing is the lizards and everything are ETs? Remember Doom, the movie Doom, and you have that.
Doom.
Doom. Who watched that one?
I've seen the movie and I've played a lot of the games, so it's also a video game as well, and it's tons of fun.
Yeah, they go to another planet and killing the lizards or the how is that animal who sits there and how do you call this one? This dragonfly or something like that. Hang on. But anyway, so they're going to Doom to that other planet. So what is if the lizards are actually ETs?
That actually is that's a very strong possibility, because it's obvious that there is extraterrestrial manipulation with our DNA, especially with the Anunnaki. That we definitely have Anunnaki DNA within us, but we also have other ET DNA within us. So I've talked about this a little bit, but when we do ascend to 5D and the vibration of the planet gets to a certain frequency, that ETs will actually start living on this planet, and we will be able to create another hybrid race, and there will be the 7th hybrid race here on Earth, probably about the next 5-10 years, something like that. So
the mantis, the movie with the mantis, I think that is the Dune or something like that, where they go and kill all the mantis. And the thing is, I said, wait a minute. If the mantis, the big ones on a different planet, and these are aliens, what about the Jurassic Park?
There's been lots of species on this planet, so maybe they could actually be artificially manipulated species. I mean, that could be true.
Because we got lied to everything. We got really, really lied to everything. Doesn't matter what it is. It's kind of, oh yeah, that is bad, that is bad. And now, after all these years, you're waking up and say, wait a minute, why is this bad? That's good.
Right. So we definitely know there definitely are ETs within our galaxy, and they're also on this planet, and they are involved in a variety of different ways. So, of course, you have the reptilians, you have the grays. There's two types of grays. You have the short grays and you have the tall grays. You have the Pleiadians, you have the Arcturians, you have the Anunnaki, and then you also have the Essassani. That those are the primary ones that are on this planet right now, helping affect change, but they also have affected change in the past, and we are going to become part of the Galactic Federation once the planet gets to a certain point. So once, we enter what I've called Nasara Jasara, then we will actually start to see ETs on this planet. They live here among us. Don't get me wrong, they're already here, but they're having to remain hidden in the shadows because humanity's not quite ready for the disclosure of ETs, although it's all practically, except just flat out said that, yeah, They're real. They're on this planet. Have been for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands to millions of years. So.
Well, you're saying the grays, the little grays and the tall grays. So
Yeah,
the
there's the
little
short grays and
grays,
the tall grays. Yeah, there's both.
yeah, the short ones. So the short ones, which ones are the baddies?
The baddies,
Reptilians?
the reptilians are definitely, well, there's some good reptilians, although few and far between that. They became very corrupt very early on. They have been a major source of problems, not just on this planet, but other planets throughout our galaxy and throughout the universe. But I want to say that it's a mix of both. Like, you can't really put the short and the tall ones in the same camp because their history is kind of like what we went down on other timelines and universes, but they're now having to intermingle with us to undo their damages. Here's what they did: that they are humanoids, but here's where they went disastrously wrong with their evolution. So they kept getting involved with science and technology, and they let science and technology get out of control with their species to the point to where they became so highly involved with certain things and so highly evolved that they actually could not reproduce. They became infertile and sterile because of the overuse of science and technology, kind of sort of like what we would consider transhumanism, where you try to merge your body with technology and then you get involved in, also to a certain extent, the evil, nefarious side of transgenderism, although that's a whole other rabbit hole we can talk on another day. And what they had to do was they had to start coming on this planet and extract pure human DNA to undo the damage that was done to their species. So now they're having to get pure human DNA just to undo all the damage. So their species is now starting to grow. Now, which one specifically did that? I want to say it was the tall grays. The short grays are another hybrid race in of themselves. That I think they are. I think they're
That's
humanoid
us. That's
Esatani.
us.
I think.
That's us. In the future.
Yeah.
That's what people say.
So yeah. A lot of ETs are humanoids from not necessarily the future, because the past and the future really don't exist. That everything is here and now. So they're basically just from a parallel universe and a parallel timeline, so to speak. But they're just alternative versions of us.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And that's why where they have perfected science and technology that they can do interdimensional travel, that's why they are able to not only affect things on their planet, but you also have to consider, why do we not see them? Well, they are here, but where their vibration and their frequency is at a whole nother level, that we have to actually raise our vibration up in order to see them, because they're at a much higher vibration and frequency as compared to us. Like some of them, like the Octurians, they're at such a high vibrational frequency that they actually don't have a physical existence. Their frequency is so high, it cannot be in physical existence. It can only be in a spiritual existence. That's how highly evolved they are.
Yeah, that's what I found out. Humans are here, the ET is here, and the gods are here. Gotta be. The creators.
Everything goes back to the source, the all that is. Like, whenever people ask, okay, what is God? Plain and simple, all that is. Make of that what you will, but all religions want to try to make it into something that it's not. But yeah, it's just all that is. And once you realize that, now, granted, there are structures and orders that go into everything in order for there to be an infinite existence, but it all goes back to the same source.
Yeah, everything goes back.
So
But
it's
the
like,
thing is,
well,
some ETs don't understand this one either. They're also kind of down in the loop.
yeah, the reptilians, they're at such a super low vibrational frequency. That's why we actually can see reptilians. And a lot of them that are prominent on this planet used to be in prominent positions of power. That's why if you look at certain videos of certain celebrities and politicians and famous individuals, that if you look at the videos a certain way and when they think that the camera is not rolling, you can see the eyes change. So they are able to disguise themselves as shapeshifters, but when you actually see what one looks like, whether or not in their disguise, they're ugly looking. Like imagine the most ugly, disgusting reptile here on Earth doesn't even come close to how they look. It's like they're as evil because they're as ugly and as evil as they look. Like
Yeah,
they do
how
not
do we
look
look to
good at all.
him? How do we look to them when they look different? See what I'm saying? It's the same
What?
when God brings out the angels. Angels, we think, oh, it's a nice white guy, and has the wings and everything. And the end, it isn't. They have eyes all over themselves. See? We will get a
Uh,
heart attack.
so how do the reptilians view us? Well, the reptilians, again, when they're in such super low vibrational frequency, they love power and dominance and control. Like that's how their societies have always been since their inception. That's why you do have some breakaway reptilian colonies, but that's why they don't intermingle here on Earth, is because they don't want any part to do with that.
Of course not.
So a lot of these extraterrestrial civilizations, they have a lot of breakaway colonies that decide to take a much different path as compared to what the main ones took. So when we deal with ETs, we're dealing with ones that are very high vibrational, but also very low vibrational, and everything in between. So they're all here. Like they're within our solar system, our galaxy, and our universe. Like they're here. There's billions, if not trillions, of them just within this galaxy supercluster that we are within right now.
Yeah. James, are you okay? Or
Yeah,
are you
yeah,
past your bedtime?
no, I was just checking something.
Oh, okay.
Somebody called me. I don't even remember who this person is. They actually called me on the phone, and I'm thinking, who? I don't remember. And I says, you know what? I says I'm going live stream soon. I can't really talk long. She says, oh, I'll send you a text. I'll text you and tell you what's new with me, what's going on. I'm thinking, who the hell is this? Who the hell is Isabella Harrison? I don't know who
I
this
don't know
is.
any Isabellas.
I just know Queen Isabella that financed Columbus to come over here with the ships. That's all.
Right. And interesting.
Oh, that is also all. I find it actually Columbus and everything. It's how big you call ships, okay? How big
Small.
were the ships?
They're small.
You're going across the Atlantic. You're not gonna go across the Atlantic with these little tiny ships.
They're
You're
tiny.
not gonna make it through. You're not
They
gonna
were
make it.
tiny. How
If
could
you
they
look-
make it across the Atlantic?
No, the thing is, the funny thing is, somewhere is a big fat lie, because if you're looking up the North Sea, okay, you got to go look in the North Sea. It's wavy, not because it's a mort. It's a mort lake. But the thing is, when you
the
go across the
Vikings.
Atlantic, shippers, the big ships are saying now that they're coming waves sometimes so high out of the blue.
Yeah,
So-
Vogue. They call them Vogue waves. They're like tsunamis, and they come out of nowhere.
Yes, they're coming out of nowhere. Nobody believed it until when somebody actually recorded them. So how do you want them actually going with these little tiny boats from The one side to the other side. Doesn't make sense. You can do this. The same with the Vikings. That is rowboats. See that? And then you have the 60-foot
the
weights.
Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. How about the Viking
See what I'm
ships?
saying?
They were even smaller. The Viking ships were smaller.
The Viking ships are the rowboats. How did they made it? Actually, they made it to Greenland,
like
from Greenland to
rowboats with a
America.
sail.
That's right. It's there is a horological thing. It's wrong because it's when you think on. Okay, let's say Columbus made it. Okay, which I don't believe, but the thing is, going from west to east to west through the desert with a wagon and horse. So you need food for yourself, you need food for the family, you need food for the horses, you need food for everything, and water. How did you do that?
Exactly.
Unless
and the
house,
horses, and the horses pulling the wagon.
houses
They
were
go
there.
slow. They click clop. Yeah,
But the thing
to
is, how
cross
far? How far?
how
The horses
far,
need food.
and
They need water.
and the horses pulling the wagon, the stagecoach,
You
whatever.
need food.
They're not moving that fast.
I will tell
Right.
you, people, the cities have been there because as you need all the stuff for fixing up the wagon. You break a wagon wheel, they're not making it from one side to the other side. They don't have roads. Apparently not. So if you looked in the whole situation, in the whole thing, when you walk outside, in the forest, Damien, or I hear you in the city, think on how did they made it with this little boat going over the Atlantic?
Yeah, it's a very good point. I mean, there's a lot of our history that has been altered and kept hidden and suppressed, but we will be finding out a lot of information via truths and disclosures. That's why a lot of the tarot readings I have been doing here recently, like I overheard whenever you all were talking about how the royals did a lot of interbreeding and were involved in incest. Well, it's amazing that you all are talking about that because I did a tarot pool on that some nights ago, and the card said that, yeah, they have been involved in inbreeding and incest for so long because the question I posed was, have they been involved with it? And if so, is that the reason why they're so physically and mentally insane? And I got that. Yes,
Yeah.
that is a part of it. However, some of the more darker and evil and nefarious things that they had done also made them physically and mentally insane, especially ones that were deeply involved in organ harvesting, child trafficking and sex trafficking, and also involved in adrenochrome consumption, that also played a role in making them insane.
Yeah.
Like, we have no idea as to how deep this stuff goes, but we're in the truth and disclosure phase, and that we better go ahead and start preparing, because once it starts releasing information, which we're in the floodgate right now, that the only thing we can really do is just prepare, because it's coming.
We have no idea how we got to look in the rabbit hole, how deep it goes. Everything is a lie.
I go down.
Everything.
Well, I will go ahead and say right now, I've been down plenty of rabbit holes. You know me, that if there's a rabbit hole to go down, if there's something to investigate and something to really look at, I'll do it. Unless it is just so far out there and so ridiculously crazy that even in my point where I'm just like, nothing surprises me and nothing shocks me anymore, that if I just come right out and say, you know what, I ain't looking at that, because that's just so far out there and crazy and ridiculous that even I just don't want to touch that. And one I'm just going to tell you right now that most definitely is true: the Earth is not flat. it's a sphere. Proof in point, blow bubbles. Look at what the shape of a bubble reverts to. A sphere, not a disk. So it's obvious that the planet we live on is a sphere, not a
How
disk.
big is the sphere?
Well, that's one other thing. We know it's a sphere, but what we've been told about the sphere is that it's actually much bigger than what we've been told. It's got to be.
Yes, because I think Kansas is pretty much flat. So, and if there was a person who told me this actually, when you say, because if you have a normal looking Earth, okay, which we got told to, remember that, he said we should see in Kansas that the Earth is going round. See what I'm saying?
Right.
And it isn't. It's straight. It's flat. So
It's
Kansas is
because,
flat.
well, it's a sphere, but the shape of the sphere and how big the sphere is what we have been lied about. So it's like, how come we don't see curvature? Well, it's because if you want to see that kind of curvature, then you're going to have to be on a much smaller sphere. Well, the bigger the sphere, there's going to be less curvature and it's going to look like it's flat, but in reality, it's not. So the mathematics as to the size and the curvature, all of that is wrong.
I'm also always wondering how we have a little, excuse me when I say it, okay? We have a little tiny pole on the north. We have a little tiny pole in the south, okay? Compare, to the earth, it's a little tiny bit. How come that the pole, okay, the coldness is 65 below or 70, whatever you got down there, coming down to us when you have just a little tiny pole? See what I'm saying? Where does the cold, this big, humongous cold, comes from?
Right. So
That's
we do have
always
poles.
my question.
Right. We do have poles. Like there's obviously a north and a south pole, but if you look at the mathematical numbers that we are given as to what the magnetic north and the magnetic south numbers are, there's a discrepancy. Case in point, okay? So if we look at the way that we are supposed to look at the sphere, the shape of the sphere that we're on, that it's really wide at the center and then it like really narrows at the top. And that magnetic north is supposed to be 90 degrees north and magnetic south is supposed to be 90 degrees south. But if you really look, and you're given the numbers, magnetic north is not 90. It's in the upper 70s. But when you try to go south, you can't go beyond the 60th parallel. So that already raises a question, okay, the shape of the sphere is wrong. It's got to be much bigger because if you can't below 60 in the south, then that means there's more going on in the southern hemisphere than what they don't want us knowing about. But yet up north, with only 78, that's a whole 12-degree discrepancy. And depending upon what kind of shape of a sphere that we have, that could mean that there's a whole lot more north than what we're being told about.
And that's where actually also, as people say, it's about flat earth, is when you look on the patches, okay, or the UN has this round thing, where you see the entire earth on the wall, Europe there, with Russia, America over the other side, see? That's what they come up with, that's a flat earth. See?
Yeah,
And
they say that. Yeah, they try to say the Earth is flat, and then there's an ice wall that goes around it, and then there's like lands beyond the ice wall. I mean, I've looked at all of these models, and maybe
how does the model come from? The thing is, is it flat? We say I grew up as a sphere. It's normal numbers, which you know too, but in the end, it's wrong.
Exactly. So I've looked at the models. I've looked at the flat Earth models, and there's only one plausible way that the Earth could ever be flat, and here's how. The only way. Now, this is going to be in some parallel timeline and universe that obviously the Earth is flat. Because what I'm saying will make sense because this is already something that exists, but it's not existing within our timeline in our universe. So for the most basic function of a flat Earth, you would have to have gravity outside of the sphere, and it would have to push on the north and the south pole to flatten it. And the only way that can happen is if that
Yeah, but don't
particular planet.
overread.
Well, they want to say that we're in a dome, but that we are within the what's it called, the firmament?
Yes, the
No.
firmament.
Yeah, all of that's one part where the Bible is wrong. There is no dome above the earth. There's no waters above the earth. Now, there's water in space. Yes, they found bodies of water in space, but that water is not like a pool of water or an ocean of water like we would find here on the planet. That's completely different.
Mm-hmm. You okay, James?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
If you have any paranormal photographs, just upload it to the page. If you have any paranormal things like
I have to say only one thing is with the paranormal, while we're speaking now on Earth and aliens and everything. Guys, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, things are getting worse. They're going to get worse for the foreseeable future because the cards have made it clear right now, even though the system has already crashed and burned behind the scenes, we're now witnessing the public collapse of what brought it down behind the scenes. That I was scrolling through here with different news articles that, yeah, it really does look like that the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, and the Dow, they went down a pretty significant amount in these past several days, that they have gone well beyond correction mode. So we're already starting to see the stock market tank. And there was actually another news article. I have it saved here on my Twitter. Let me get that pulled up. It'll take just a moment. And when I saw this, I'm like, oh, yeah, we are definitely well within the throes of a total economic collapse. That here we go. This is from just a couple days ago.
By the way, I have it set where guests like you or anybody could bring up anything on.
Well, I'm on my phone. I'm just looking at this on the computer. I'll send you the link to this. Yeah, I'll send you all the link to this. But yeah, this is from a few days ago. That $2.9 trillion of stocks were wiped completely from the stock market this morning due to fears of global recession. That this is the worst day since the 2020 COVID crash. So
Put it on the
$2.9 trillion.
Yeah.
Put it on the center page.
I will, but yeah, that just goes to show you 2.9 trillion just poof wiped out as if it was nothing. And then now JP Morgan Chase is now starting to brace for millions of defaults.
There's one thing is where the Earth or America or whatever you call it, not in trillions and minus, and all of a sudden now when they take all the trillions back out, that they're gonna be in plus again.
Well, that's a very interesting point, and
that's something to think of, because when I hear this about the trillions, and I thought, wait a minute, are we not in the trillions and minus?
We are. Now, this is from stock market, so $2.9 trillion in stocks from the stock market was completely taken out. So that just goes to show you that the stock market now is in, they don't want to say it publicly, but realistically, it's in a free fall, in a downward spiral. So there's been trillions that have been wiped from the stock market before. This is not the first time, but that was a pretty huge loss. Now, over the past several years, where a lot of different banks have crashed and burned, where they've become insolvent, like Credit Suisse, Silicon Valley Bank, and then Evergrande in China, where they were involved with so many other banks, that in itself has already created trillions of dollars in realized and unrealized economic loss. So what makes that very important is that now we're starting to see how this system is finally going to crash and burn. That, yeah, we have hyperinflation that's now kicking in because of de-dollarization, but with the stock market going down, and there's really no way to correct it at this point. Even if they do, it's a superficial, manipulated correction that honestly, at any point, we could just turn on the news, hell, even like tomorrow, and we hear the stock market is completely crashed and burned. So you pair that with JP Morgan Chase, which is really like the last umbrella for the big banks to try to stay afloat, that if they're already bracing for millions of defaults and we don't know the total extent of how much that's going to equate to, that could equate, like, let's say, if they're bracing for, like, let's say 1,000 defaults, and they're pretty significant, that could already be in the billions, if not trillions of dollars, depending upon who defaults on all that. So we have the perfect whirlwind to finally see this whole thing just go kaput, finito, done. Like, we're not in the waiting game anymore. Like, it's happening right now as we speak.
There's coming more, much more. Did they not say it when, I'm sorry, yeah. Did they not say it, you will lose everything and still be happy?
Oh, Klaus Schwab with Agenda 2030. You will eat the bugs, you will own nothing, and you will like it like that. Yeah, that was Klaus Schwab. But yeah, Klaus Schwab, he resigned from the World Economic Forum, but again, that was just to make him appear as though that he's gone. But the real one, he's not here anymore. Like, he was rounded up and dealt with a long time ago. He really was among one of the most truly evilest and wickedest people to ever be on this planet. He really was. Same with Jacob Rothschild and all the different royals from the royal family of England. And just there's so many. Just to go down a list, it would take days, if not weeks and months, just to cover all of the people that are already gone from this planet. So,
Oh, I see.
yeah, that's why now we're starting to see that this is what the cards have also been showing, that prepare that we're in a free fall and we're in economic collapse publicly. Like I said, the cards made it clear this has already happened. Like, it's already done. You're just now seeing the public takedown of it, of what was taken down behind the scenes. But the last point is, whenever it comes time for all those defaults, and when they try to go to the Federal Reserve to try to cover the losses, particularly through the FDIC, there's not going to be money there to cover those losses.
No, who is going to pay for that? Our kids, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren? And no, there's nothing.
Well, they're not going to be able to pay for it because if it's already crashed and burned, then that's how it's going to go, is that it's going to become insolvent. And if there's insolvency, then guess what? Anything that involved the United States dollar, any sort of debt in any capacity with that money is gone. So all debt, that's the big debt jubilee I've talked about, is once it all goes, all the debt is gone. Never to be seen or heard of again.
Oh, that is good. I hope for us that our kids don't need to pay rent anymore and that they get rid of the money. Money is the evil of everything.
Well, money, it can be the root of all evil if you are an evil person. If you are an evil person, then yes, money will be evil. But if you are a good person, then money will be good. But
how can be money good? Look how much people making in an hour. Look how much the rent costs. See what I'm saying?
Yes, because who we gave power and authority and control over money made it evil. But you're familiar with the U.S. debt clock, right?
The what?
The U.S. debt clock. I've sent it to James. He knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Oh, it by staring at it, you'll get a massive headache. But it shows a lot of detail.
Well, whenever you do, yeah. what I was looking at here is on the U.S. debt clock. When we were looking at it the other day, I'm not sure when this was. I think it was like some weeks ago we were looking at this, or it may have been the other day. We look at so much stuff, just you and I, between the both of us, that remember how we were looking at the U.S. Treasury dollars as compared to the M.2 supply money, which shows that the new currency that's going to be backed by precious metals, that they've already got it printed and ready to go. Now, here's what's interesting. So the USA Treasury dollars are going up, so which means they're going ahead and getting everything ready, but the M.2 money supply is also going up at the same time. The M.2 money supply is the supply of all the fiat money. And here's what I've been able to find out as to why this is the case. So, yeah, of course, de-dollarization is playing a major role, but what they're going to do is they're trying to bring up as close as they can to a 1-to-1 ratio, so that way whenever we do see this publicly collapse, we can take all of our fiat dollars and trade them in for the new currency on a 1-to-1 ratio, so that way when the new system is rolled out, that there's a lot of cash and a lot of liquidity to get this system rolling, so that way there's not so much of a gap and a delay between it, because according to this right now, it shows that there's almost $21 trillion in circulation for fiat currency. But for the new USA Treasury note that's backed by precious metals, that there's 1.5 trillion ready to go. So I'm not exactly sure if that's an accurate number. I'm not really so sure that is, because like I said, if you really look at how much gold and silver and other assets that now the United States has, that we could now start looking at quadrillions of dollars of wealth, not just trillions. That when it's all said and done, just with gold, when the gold spike happens, which it's now going to be inevitable, that just how much gold is in possession of the United States, $242 quadrillion. And if that was divided among every single American citizen, everyone would get $711 million. So when I say there's a lot of wealth and abundance and prosperity coming, that's what I'm talking about.
They need to collect all the back taxes from all those multi-billionaires. That's what I would definitely do.
Well, like I said, anything that involves dollars, that we're not going to be able to do anything with dollars, because when it crashes, the dollar's insolvent. So nothing can be done, anything that was done with the fiat dollar. Like, that'll be completely done. Never be seen or heard of again.
So people like Jeff Bezos would have to start from square one.
Well, that depends. Depends upon what kind of assets he has left. But I remember those executive orders I showed you, 13818, 13848, and how a lot of them already had their assets seized. That's why they're broke. That's playing a role into the redistribution of wealth under Nasara for the United States. Because trillions, if not quadrillions of dollars was confiscated from these people.
Oh. Interesting. Let me ask Mickey. Now, this photograph, was it taken at night? The one of the portal.
The portal thingy.
The portal, yeah. Was it taken at night?
It was at night. It's always in the nights.
Because I know that a lot of it's easier to take paranormal photographs.
Actually, it's kind of when I go out with the dogs and I have a specific tree always in the eyes, because it's that specific tree. It's not even it's not on my property.
Really?
So no, it's not. It's kind of I always make pictures of that. I have it. Okay, I found it. Hang on. I will send it to you over Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. We have them.
So the photo shows the tree, but then when you look at it with the human eye,
You have to look on that one.
there's no tree. When you look at the property with the land, there's no tree.
Damien, I send it to you
Okay,
first.
let me look.
It comes on Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
James. Where is he? Are you on Facebook, James?
Yeah.
Okay, so what exactly am I looking at in this photo?
James, hang on. Why don't I have you on Facebook?
Let me
Hang on.
Zuckerberg is playing games again.
All right. So
You
what am I
see
looking
that face, and I had to make it closer. You see a round face. It looks like
I see something like that, like in the middle of the field.
that is. It looks like a one person says Sasquatch. It looks. I don't know how it looks like.
Yeah, I see something like that in the field. Yeah, I see it like right there below the lights. It's like kind of like dead center.
James P. Madonna. So hang on. Hang on. As I'm trying to fetch you that picture again. So
Yeah,
I
definitely
have it. It is not. How would you say this? It is not clear.
Right. It seems like a lot of
Because
photos you get of things like this, they're not clear.
James, I send it to you.
Okay.
Okay.
It should be coming.
Okay.
There you see something.
I see lights behind a tree.
Yes, and there is a round face in the front of the tree.
I see a round face in the field. I don't see it by the tree.
Or field, or over the field, right in the front of, I don't know, it's kind of a, if I put this one this way, make a picture again, so to see, it is over the field. Could be even on my property. So hang on.
I don't see anything.
James, I send it to you. Then we have.
Yeah, I have. I'm looking at it now.
So I just made it a little bit closer. See what I'm saying? So now you have two pictures.
I got two pictures.
So that is that one.
The first one is more clear. I'm zooming in on it.
Yes.
Okay.
I cannot make it. I don't know if I can make it actually more.
What are those lights in the background?
Hang on. You bring me to the lights in the background. Let me figure that one out. Camera, photos. The lights in the background are the street lights.
Oh, okay.
Store lights.
Okay, yeah, I do see something. It's it almost looks like it's trying to blend in with the tree.
Yeah, these are
but it's
street
standing
lights
out.
over there. Street lights, house lights is, I don't know, that entire tree is strange. It has even, I saw one time teeth on it.
Yeah, yeah, I see something by the tree, but I see something in the middle of the field as well. It's like it's that big circular thing right there in the field. I see that one too.
See, it's kind of a, that there is a, it's either it is a my part or it's on the tree. That it's a portal.
Well, when it comes to photos like this,
Yes, that is. It's over the field. It's over the field. The portal.
yeah, I see two things right here, but a lot of times whenever you see, I'm not so sure this is a portal, but when you see certain things in photos that look like or resemble certain things, it's a very peculiar and interesting phenomena called pareidolia.
As a what?
Let me look up the word.
I don't know what it is. It looks for me like a cat, but the thing is, apparently, apparently that guy or that face or whatever that is, it's bad. It's a bad thing.
Okay, so this is the word I was telling you about. It's called pareidolia. And here's what it says: the tendency to perceive a specific, often meaningful image in a random or ambiguous visual pattern. So it could actually really be something, or you could be seeing the pareidolia effect.
How do I get that one together? I have a normal camera. Phone camera.
Well, here's something you can try: is
I put that one on night vision. A night vision thingy, and that's all what I get out, and I have no clue how I do it. See what I'm saying? Because I don't see it in the front of me. I make a picture, and it's there.
right. So this is more in the evening time. How far of a walk is the middle of that field and that tree from where you were standing? Like, how far is that?
That is on the other side of the. That's on the other side. There's a street in the middle. Okay, that tree, which is here more on me, that is my tree. Okay, then you see that stick.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the border of my property.
Well, if need be.
So over there, that would be 2 feet further down. So kind of.
Well, if need be, go to that stick and try taking photos while you're standing right there to see if anything else shows up. Because, like I said, sometimes more things show at a distance. Sometimes more things show up close. So
I can do this tonight. There's no problem in this one going up there. I mean, I don't mind.
well, this is more in the evening time. So
Yes.
try going to that stick and taking photos around the same time. Like, try it tomorrow or some other time when it's convenient for you. Because at nighttime with night vision.
Night vision.
Yeah, night vision is good for up close, but at distances, it's not. Unless you have something that's like super high tech and almost like military grade night vision goggles that really anything beyond about 50 to 100 yards with traditional night vision, you can't really make anything out.
That's what I'm thinking slowly too. It is not always there. That is a strange thing. It's not. I can make pictures today. I can make pictures tomorrow. See what I'm saying? It's never been there. It comes. I don't know when it comes. I cannot tell you. Because as usual, I like to make night pictures over the and try to figure out the northern lights and everything.
Right.
I like to.
Okay, well, yeah, try that and see if anything else shows up.
I will.
Because yeah, I can definitely see something is there, but there's too much distance to really pick out anything in specific. So try to see if you can get something more up close. But you said that stick right there, try taking pictures from where you're standing at that stick so we can get more of a close-up view of this field and of that tree.
Well, if you take photos at night, you'll be able to see orbs like spirits often form glowing orbs.
I'm trying to look at if I'm not deleted it because sometimes I'm deleting stuff too without thinking.
Or like a mist, a cloudy mist.
Oh, so kind of alien thingy? Hang on. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to see where I have my. If I did not delete the wrong thing. Sometimes I'm deleting the wrong stuff which I shouldn't delete. No, that does not go with spreading. Nope. Discard.
I don't know. Some people use the old.
Quite. I probably deleted it or something.
I have a good. I should take. You know, I should take photos of the old church with my Sony camera. I have like a 18.3 megapixel Sony. Maybe. You never know what might show up in a photograph that the human eye doesn't detect.
That is the thing, is that this camera detects more than the human eye.
Oh, without a
See
doubt.
what I'm saying? Because we are blind, okay? We cannot look in the second, in the next dimension. We can look only into what we see now, into our world, what we see. You may see something very different, you know? And
Well, I mean, apparitions for some reason show up on camera, on photography, as opposed to, you know, looking at. Except for you, like you have the ability to see them, but the average person can't. So if they take a photo, they might see the orbs and floating up. They might see mist. They might see the translucent image of a human, or they might see shadow people.
Right.
that's what I'm looking right now for. Is I have no clue where I found that one, where I have that
They've been
one.
known to be, I guess, interdimensional beings.
That's what I'm looking for. Is I have something. And the thing is, it says I don't even know image. Nope.
Because
Album?
5D,
No.
yeah, when we get to 5D, we will be able to see more than what we have been able to see and experience here in the lower dimensions.
I think nope. Adjusted? Nope.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and put my phone on the charger. So I think I'm gonna
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
found something. But the thing is I don't know if that is good for you. I will send it to you so to see.
Okay, I'm gonna close the show now because I'm getting tired and hungry
You're
too.
getting tired, yeah.
And hungry. Yeah, it's getting late and here. So yeah, if you have anything else, I'll try to see if I mean, I'm like blind as a bat, but I'll try my best to see something.
I'm trying to find my backyard.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's kind of as
I'll talk to you, Damien. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming
found
on.
it. I found my backyard. So now, guys, what you see right now, okay, was in Florida. That's where we were living, okay?
Oh.
So I will send you something. And I will send it also to Damien, let's see what he thinks. It is with the camera before. I was sitting outside and my guides was telling me, make a picture, and they were not even there. I didn't say anything, just make pictures, see, and show them around. So, and I did. And that's how I learned actually to see, to understand. You see what I'm saying? What I see. What is this? Because if they bring me now some bloody human, we're gonna scream, we're gonna pass out. See what I'm saying? So I sent this to you. These are apparently my guides too on top of it. And they wanted to be shown, fine for me. So this is from the older camera, also phone camera, but from the older generation, one or two generations before. That is, I think, 2020, or I don't know. It's an older thing.
I got this. I have a Sony digital camera, very high megapixel, and it takes pretty good video, and everything's high definition, like even better than my new phone, you know. But it's I want to just for the hell of it. I want to just take some photos around the church, around the this apartment building. It's 140 years old.
Yeah, that is something, when you have something old. I use it as I look for night vision, So as I look for that one out, and how good is the night vision? It's me the same as I had a military grade cell phone. I think that is with military grade cell phone. But the thing is, they don't have it anymore in store, Verizon. So I would have ordered that online. See what I'm saying? And then I have to pay.
So
But the thing is that with this one is the same. It's for me, it's fine. See what I'm saying? I can make on the daytime nice photos, what I like, and making photos from the cloud, making photos from the sunrise, and you see. So, and the thing is, it's wonderful. It's perfect. It's for me perfect. I like it. So now, as I have heard, there's a better cell phone out. The next one generation from Samsung, the 24, has a better camera. Wait a minute.
I got an S24.
You must
they
have
have
a
good
better
camera.
camera.
I have S24. This is I got this maybe 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it says
I'm
I
gonna
have
see
S22.
all the features. Yeah,
I
my
don't know how to
sisters,
use
they
a
got
camera. I just
S20, I think.
when I use my camera, I put it on night vision, and that is it.
So I have to look into it. But anyway, as always, we never know what's going to happen. Ronnie.
No.
Ronnie
I
was.
was actually really surprised that they
he
was a different person.
It's like he didn't see us. Like I'm like, well, Ronnie. Like he was like, he looked like he was look.
I was a different person.
He looked like a totally different person. Yeah, his face looked a little distorted and strange.
I looked at him and said that wasn't him.
That's why you said you asked him if he had a dark side or if he was on the dark side, and he said, "Oh,
no,
everything's fine." But he does drink heavily.
I saw him on the dark side.
And
I saw his eyes black. Really like that. You see what I'm saying? When you have the skulls. See? I saw his eyes black.
Like looking into a skull. Yeah.
I was looking like he is on the dark side. His eyes were, the eyes, you know where when the people, they're coloring the eyes black around this, and that's what I saw. I saw the entire eyes black.
Because he likes to, especially when he drinks, he likes to insult people when he drinks. He tries to break down their spirit, break their spirit. They're trying to.
I saw demons around him. That's why I'm
Gaslight.
asking if he was on the dark side.
He had an affair one time with a girl. He was going to Hooters and he had an affair with the waitress. And he's living with his wife. He's a married man, and did
you divorce him?
Well, it takes two people to dance the salsa, so it's not it's not all her fault, and it's And it's his fault. It's more his fault because he knows he's a married man. So even if she kept flirting with him and whatever, he's supposed to say, I'm a married man, I'm happily married, I'm sorry.
He
supposed-
takes everybody, huh?
So he had an affair, and then he's stupid enough to tell his wife that he had an affair with the.
So he has an affair. That's why I saw the dark side on him. I knew that he had a dark side.
And then he tells his wife who he had the affair with, and that he cheated on her. And then I said, she didn't throw you out of the house? You're still living there? I says, you're still there? She says,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
we had a big discussion. I think it was more than a discussion. I think his wife probably, got very angry.
Oh my God.
And I says, and then he's talking. The worst part is he's telling me the whole story on the live show.
Oh my God.
He's telling me the whole story, the soap opera on the live. I says,
is he now divorced or is he still married?
No, he's still married because they worked it out and they're supposed to go for therapy, but they never went for therapy. But when I
so they never got divorced, and he has a girlfriend.
And no, he stopped. He just had a fling. He had a fling.
Oh, okay.
No, he's not. But I don't know. I don't know what he does. He might tell me, oh, it was just a one-time thing.
Oh,
And
no.
He might still be seeing her. People are full of shit. They, especially guys like him that like to drink a lot.
So he's an alcoholic, and then he takes the drugs. I saw demons around him. That's why I said, is he on the dark side? Because I saw him doing dark rituals or something like that. You see, because I saw the black eyes.
Because demons like when they like two things, I guess. They like if they can take somebody who's good and drag them down into
Absolutely.
into the gutter, right?
Yes.
I think they like it more when somebody's on top and happy and a good person, and they corrupt, and they would love to see them get corrupted.
It depends on how his soul, how his energy is. Okay, you always want to be high vibing, they don't come to you. But if you drink alcohol and not good, when you're drinking and thinking, oh yes, I can drink alcohol. See what I'm saying? So, and the thing is, you're drinking constantly alcohol. It's like an alcoholic. Let's go to the alcoholics.
Well, my brother-in-law's alcoholic, and then he's taking pills. He's taking Xanax.
He has demons around him. They're feeding off of him. So that means this energy, his vibes, his energy, but they want him to stay low so that they can feed off of him, so that they can kill him a little bit slower. They're gonna kill him.
So it's like a parasite. It's like a vampire. They're feeding off of the negative.
They're feeding off of them.
The negative
lower
energy.
grade demons, and they make sure that this person is staying with alcohol and with drugs there on the lower level.
So the addiction.
They
love people that have addictions, but they must be low ranking demons. They're not high ranking. They're not high ranking.
No, they're lower.
Because they have rank like the military.
They do. They must have two ranks. But the thing is, it's only the first or the second level goes to the addiction. Then they're happy. Then they're keeping them low.
So they're like foot soldiers. They're like a private in the army.
Yes. Yes.
And
They're like the private, they're like an army and sucking you empty.
yeah, and they deal with individuals.
Yes. So, and if your brother wants to go out of the drugs and out of the alcohol, they will make sure that he keeps in it. So your brother needs to be a very high vibing, brain wise over there, high, and they still will be around him until when they get him lower.
Well,
and he has to be really a brain and says, forget it, I'm not gonna do it anymore, I'm done with it, and keep it that way.
oh, it's been a long time now. He's very weak-minded.
Yes, that's where they go. That's where they go. They're going
Yeah.
to the weak-minded and feeding of them.
He lies to my sister and says, oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't take anything. Oh, I didn't. No, not me. Who me? Blah, blah. So he lies to her, and then she finds the empty bottles, hidden. The empty bottles of liquor.
What is it saying when you guys find his lies? What is it saying?
My sister tells him, I know you've been lying to me. I know you're a liar. She says, at my age, I cannot be your babysitter. I cannot be your mommy. I am not going to deal with this drama. At my age, I'm not going to deal with this bullshit and drama. He said, I know you're lying to me, and I will leave you. And then you could die by yourself in the house. That's it. You want it? She says, you want to die? You won't. I won't be around to pick you up off the floor. Because, he falls, he hits his head, the ambulance have to come.
Yeah.
And he drank, he drove the SUV. He hit parked cars who were parked on the side of the street.
Oh God.
He hit parked car, and the reason why he got away with it is because he's very close to the police sergeant on the police force. And,
oh God.
And he has connections. So he got away with if he had no connections and he was drunk.
How did you got the connections?
He had a DWI once before in New York State. And he had to go through, all the classes that the alcoholics have to go through. It took him a long time to get his license back. So he's lucky he knows people because they would have threw him in jail and he would have had maybe the driver's license.
Oh my God! So he knows all the people and he gets away with it.
And he got away
That's
with
crazy.
it. So what happens is alcohol, Xanax pills, more hard liquor, Xanax. But I think that's how Whitney Houston, right, killed herself. She was mixing.
Oh
everything.
My God!
When you start mixing, so my sister says, I dealt with enough drama, taking care of my mother when she got the Alzheimer's. We dealt with you, she said to him. I'm not going to deal with you now, because it's pretty bad when you take care of a dementia.
If he does not want to have help, you can't do. You can't make him.
You can't tell him. You can talk to your blue in the face. That I tell my brother, you better if you don't quit smoking for yourself, do it for your children. Yeah. I should go to the doctor and get the nicotine patch. Yes, so he yeses you to death, and he never gives up the cigarette. The same thing with this guy. If he don't acknowledge he has a problem and he's unhappy,
Yeah, they have to. You cannot make them. They have to do it on their
but
time.
he used to acknowledge that he has a problem. Friggin' mosquito or a gnat.
Yeah, so I have flies too, and I have now only one or two flies now. So usually I have more.
Well, I have the thing that hangs, the sticky thing that.
That's what I have to buy tomorrow to get the sticky thing around here.
I got it from Amazon, Black Flag. It was only 4 rolls for $2, a little over $2 for 4.
Okay.
And you hang it, and it stretches, yellow, and
the old ones were always the best. Always the best. You hang them down, and
all the bugs, all the fly, anything that flies. So now, instead of acknowledging he has a problem, now he's in denial. He goes, I didn't do anything. I didn't take anything. I didn't do anything. She says, you didn't do nothing. What's all this? A bag of empty bottles. I says to her,
what kind of medication is he taking now? What kind of pills?
Popping tranquilizers with the alcohol.
Yeah, if he is now a pill taker and everything, and alcohol, that's not mixed together.
Like a Xanax, it reminds me of that doctor that Adolf Hitler's doctor had him so drugged up, so heavily drugged. I heard this. I heard about the story of that. But yeah, so what he's doing is very dangerous. So
that's it. That's it. I mean, you can't help him. He has to come.
Eyes, the eyes. Great.
What happened to the talking?
They can't look
Is that mine?
Directly
you there?
At you. And people, for adults.
Yeah, but
you can try to help them, but
you can't. He has to come from alone. He has to come to you and tell you, I need help. It's sad.
So he probably has, low grade, like you said, low grade demons around him, like flies, buzzing around. This guy, Ronnie, you saw the black.
I saw the black eyes like here. So really deep lying and black. And I saw darkness. That's why I'm asking, are you on the light or on the dark? And he said, oh, I'm in the light. And that did make sense.
Yeah, but evil spirits always lie. They're gonna lie, and they can shape shift into anything.
Oh yeah, and this person thinks that he's in the light side and he isn't.
If they record a spirit and it's a little girl laughing, that doesn't mean it's a little girl laughing. It could easily be a demon.
There you go. They said now is going around that the government has is on the spiritual warfare. So the Third World War is not with atom bombs or something. It's spiritual. Do you remember the feudal time? When you have the feudal time, the witch hunts.
Oh, okay.
Witch hunts. So now the government has better. He has all this kind of. He doesn't need the witch hunt anymore. He turns on the G5.
Huh.
And it's trying to get the mediums. Like my husband, he doesn't believe in that whole thing. Okay, I can teach him. I can do anything, absolutely nothing.
What, he like laughs when you talk about?
I tried to teach him. I tried to talk to him. He says, "Nope, I'm not believing that." Can do.
So you can't have a serious discussion about what you've been doing since you were a little girl?
No, because I got crazy.
Well, then there you go. You can't talk to him about it.
I can, but the thing is, it's kind of a. I get crazy. I can say the earth is flat. I get crazy. The earth is round. That the earth is not the same size. Oh, it is the same size. Oh, it's fine.
What if you mention about portals and dimensions and he'll say the same thing?
I can't. This is I cannot make him. I cannot tell him that there's a portal. Oh, they're not out. There's a no.
Well, what are you gonna do?
And when I say who this person is and this and this and this, he looks at me like kind of, yeah. I say, I'm not talking to normal people. I never will. He looks at me and say, yeah, do you think that my friends are normal? No, they're all ETs. Nope.
You
He
can
needs
only
to see.
you can only be
He needs to see the ET. That's a strange thing. He is an ET. A lot of people say that my husband is an ET. He says no. He forgot. That's karma. He is born in a human body. It is karma. Do you see? All this kind of we carry all bags around us, okay? We're getting anxiety, we're getting depression, and there's no anxiety, there's no depression because it is all in the future or things in the past. But what you have right now, why do you have depression? What are you depressed on? See what I'm saying? Now. Not in the future, not in the past. You can fix anything. Make sense? Nope. Here's O2. James, you there? Stopped.
you have to realize there are frustrations in life. Time you can't.
No, you can't
And,
because there is no answer. But the thing is, the going through that's a problem with addicted because it's the person, the doctor gives them, oh yeah, here you have the medicine, here you have the medicine, but they never work on the beginning of the root. Facebook Messenger. You there? Hang on. I called you.
I know you.
Yeah, because it's
But
the screen.
anyway,
The screen is always staying on you.
yeah,
The screen is staying on you. It's gone.
the connection.
Yes, the connection. See, instead of going on the root of the
connection
problems,
is,
they don't. Here you have medicine. And people say, oh yes, I have depression. That is normal. I have PTSD. Why are you oppressed? What are you scared of? What is the anxiety? What is the depression? See? Cannot tell me.
Sometimes anxiety comes out of the subconscious. Sometimes you know what's causing the anxiety, but if you know, it's good. It's good that you know, because then you could talk about it. You could tell somebody, well, I feel nervous because of this and that.
Why? So, okay, you feel nervous. Why do you feel nervous? So, when do you feel nervous? Do you feel nervous right now? No. Do you feel nervous in the past? Yes. Wait a minute. The past is dead. You understand? So the past is gone. So what do you have now? Because it's you're reliving it, you're living into it, you're giving in it.
Yeah. Now, if you're nervous about something in the present, and
Right now, in this
and you
moment,
know,
not
well, and you know what it is, then I guess the best thing is to
let it
decide:
go.
can I change it? Do I have the
No,
power to change? No. Can
no,
I
you can't.
change? Can I change? Like, let's say has anxiety about a relationship, let's say a girl likes a guy, or a guy likes a girl, or they're dating, or whatever, or they're involved, and one person is a very nice person, and the other person is not reciprocating. Well, you can't, if you're nervous about the boyfriend or the girlfriend, you only have so much control over that. Like
No, you don't.
you have
You
no
don't have control, nothing.
you can't control the other person's behavior, or how they think. You can't change how they think.
You can't change anything, absolutely nothing, because you don't have control. You don't have control in this particular minute. What you made can change is the outcome of everything. See what I'm saying? You can
like
change it, but not now.
like a man had there's a video. He's like a counselor, a relationship counselor, and he says, yes, a lot of women, a lot of younger generation women, especially American women, they like abusive, bad men. They like men that cause a drama in their life, and unhappiness, and
That comes from their past life.
right. And they said, well, the women probably had a dysfunctional family. They grew up missing something in their life when they were children. I got it, you bastard.
Yay, you got it.
I smacked my leg hard, but I got it. Anyway,
Yay.
something in the background of the female that makes her want to get involved with abusive men. And then the coach says, you really want to date girls like that, that are that are attracted to toxic men. Is that somebody you really want to get involved with? That's what he said. I don't care. He says, I don't care how beautiful, how good looking these girls are. If they want toxic men, and they feel the nice guy is boring, which is what they said. Oh, the nice guy is boring. I like a toxic man. It's exciting. Yeah, but then when they get disappointed, they get hurt, then they come crying to the family. Oh, he hurt me, broke my heart. Right? So the coach says, regardless what she looks like, do you really want to get involved with a girl who likes toxic men? And she thinks a nice guy is boring.
There I would go, actually. That guy, that coach, has to go back into her life, not into the family life, into her life before this life. See what I'm saying? Because she has to go now back into before her life, before that life, that is somewhere down the generation started it. And that person in that generation, okay, it's her, wants to stay attached to her. See what I'm saying? Has a band as an attachment on her.
There's a negative spiritual
attachment from her own past on her. So it needs to be cut. And she has to
maybe that's the problem. Yeah.
I had an attachment too, because I hated my life. I hated my job. I hated my life. Until when I came to the native and she told me, you have somebody who hate, this is you, only you, who says you hate your life. And I say, yeah, I hate my life. So the native cut the cord. And she said, you have to work now on yourself, ground yourself and say, no, that life is over. They got to stay away. That is the past. That's the past. You are here now. You are a loving person. You love yourself. So, and I'm thinking about this one, what I did. And I was working, delivering pizza. But in the past, I was working with the dead people, mummy them, because they were dead, and my wife, she cheated on me, so my friends put her somewhere down, they killed her, and because she did not get mummied, only the mummies, the good people, the rich people, society, or good people, getting mummied. So she was mummy, so they buried her somewhere in the ground. So they got rid of her. And now thinking on this whole thing back, I was laughing. I said, I love my life. It's easier than making mummies out of dead people. See? So I was laughing then, I said, finally I got it out. Finally I have that gone, And so, but this attachment sent me in not liking anybody. See what I'm saying? Not liking my life, until I understood what I had on. And it wasn't in this life, it was in the past, way far back down in the past, why it is. See, sometimes you have to go, because we are reborn constantly.
And I bet this Ronnie has a negative by a demon. He might have a negative attachment. It's Ronnie.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
Yeah, and the thing is, and if he drinks constantly, if he drinks out of the norms or something like this, they can be nice. The alcoholics can be nice, but the thing is, if they're drinking constantly, being alcoholic, yeah, it's negative.
Yeah, it gradually
can be also an attachment before his life, if he was before his life a drunk too. See what I'm saying? It's always, we have carry bags, and the thing is, it's always, it's before our life. What did we do wrong? People say, oh yeah, here's a new life. Not really, not for everybody. See, it goes before the life, and that got karma sometimes too, on top of it. Everything what we do. You want to be a good person, all of a sudden you're sitting in jail. Where the heck did you went wrong this time?
Now,
or you're coming on people like I met you, where we married before in a life before, where we siblings in the life before. See what I'm saying? You're meeting again certain people.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe past lives you were a co-worker,
the same people,
or a sibling, or a relative, or I worked with you in another lifetime, or it could be anything.
Could be anything and everything, It's just where we all, or are we brand new to each other? We don't know.
We don't know. Now, the Exorcist Bishop on the Ghost Adventure show, he explained that you don't just take an object that's cursed and burn it just like that. You have to he does a ritual where he goes to the ritual, he says certain prayers, and he makes what he calls holy fire.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you don't want the evil entity to go from the object into another object or attached to a person. You want the evil entity to go where it's supposed to go. And that's
Yeah,
why
I can do that one. That's actually a good thing to do, so I can do that. But the thing is, I didn't got this thought. But the thing is, it's kind of if he can do that, but the person who has them has to understand to know that he has them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Alcoholics or the addicts, let's call them all the addicts. If they want to have help, they have to get rid of the entities. They have to get rid of
and
everything.
A shaman, or it could be a priest, somebody who's into demonology, who's trained in demonology. Sometimes they have to do an exorcism of the building, of the house.
Oh, I did that one with my friend. And the thing is, it's kind of we cleansed it. And I told her we can die. It can kill us.
You mean
she says, yep.
The person?
Yes, when you do an exorcism. Okay.
So the person who does the exorcism can be under serious attack.
Can be serious attack. And she was helping me. So we both could be attacked and die. I told her it can be so far that this house is falling apart. We don't know what is in it. It can be strong, it can be weak, So, and the thing is, yes, we got everything out. But the thing is, she still has attachment and she knows it. And the thing is, she's an alcoholic. So, and she fell in the hole. Her husband died years ago. So, and the thing is, she drank. She says, I started drinking with 18. When you're going out of school, then she started to drink with a group or something like that, And I said, why? So
she's
and
not free. She's not free yet. She's still in bondage with the alcohol.
Yes.
And
I can't help her. I can't help her.
The spirits are rubbing their hands together.
I told you. I say, look, you're not going to end up with Daniel or with your husband when you die. You're going to go in hell. And the thing is, she wants to be with her husband, but the thing I say, you have your son. You see? You're thinking on yourself, yeah, but the thing is, stop that drinking. You can smoke, but stop that drinking.
She should do it for the child, for the son.
Yeah, she drinks Captain Morgan,
Captain
a bottle. Yeah, a bottle, but in 2 or 3 nights.
Oh,
yeah, rum with Coke. In 2 or 3 days, it's gone. And then she buys a new bottle.
So it keeps replacing the previous bottle.
Yeah.
Replacing over and over and over.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And the thing is, and it was in the end so far that these entities wanted to come to me too. I said, no, I drink wine. No, I don't want them. I don't want to be alcoholic. No. It can be also reflecting on you. You see what I'm saying? The negative.
So wine and beer, it's much easier to not be in it. But the trouble with beer is a lot of carbs. If somebody's trying to lose
you can
weight,
with our beer, you can be an alcoholic too.
Yeah,
but the thing is, with American beer, that's water. There's absolutely nothing in it.
Yeah,
Now,
5%, 5 or 6% alcohol is not that much.
But the thing is, if you're drinking alcohol, it's rum, vodka, whatsoever, and stays.
40%. That's 40% alcohol.
It kills your inside too, the liver and the kidneys and
But the
whatsoever. What is
peppermint,
that?
the peppermint schnapps,
I never
the
drunk
one
that.
I had was 50%. Rumpelminz peppermint schnapps was 50%.
Oh Jesus! No.
But I kept it in the freezer, and
Yeah, you need to keep certain alcohol like the vodka needs to be freezer.
yeah, put it in the
Schnapps,
freezer.
I don't know. It's also in the freezer. Some alcohol needs to be hold in the freezer.
Yeah, no, the schnapps tasted better in the freezer, but it was I only put it in like dark coffee, black coffee, to flavor the coffee, and that's it. When I was finished with the coffee, that's it. I'm not like keep on buying more and more every 2 days.
No, no, I wouldn't do that one. But
You
the
know,
thing is, yeah, with people, it's with alcohol, there is that 56 of herbs, that Jägermeister.
oh yeah,
You can get,
Jägermeister was invented by monks in the monastery.
my uncle used to drink Jägermeister, but here's the thing. After every dinner or lunch, after, we eating, I think dinner is what sandwich is light, lunch is heavy. So after the heavy meal at noon or 1 o'clock, whenever we started eating in Germany, he drank a shot of Jägermeister, and that was it. He
It's got
said
to
that
be cold. It's got to be cold.
I don't know. Yeah, my family was actually kind of how would you say, strange. They don't like cold beer either. If it is too cold, they put it on the heater. They didn't like cold beer.
Yeah, I used to drink I've had Warsteiner, St. Pauli Girl, Beck's. I like the German wheat beer, Aventinus. Aventinus. It's made from wheat.
Yeah, what I like is actually when I drink beer, I like everything raw. Beer should be actually cold, but sometimes I like room temperature.
Yeah, ale is supposed to be room temperature. The
Yeah,
beer like lager or pilsner or the
everything got to be cold.
what's the one I tried? Oktoberfest Marzen, which is March, means March.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Marzen, the Oktoberfest lager. I think it's a lager, but well, we're talking like 6% alcohol.
Yeah, they can bring you if you're not used to the European beer. It brings you under the table.
Oh yeah, I had a Polish porter called from Poland. It was near the Baltic.
Oh, that's it. I think I drank it once, and I thought, damn it,
Yeah,
that's
it
stronger
was a
than
port.
ours.
It was a Ziviec. It was this black. This Polish porter was like dark, like this. One bottle, I was out.
Yeah, because we like alcohol, so we like to drink. We're not drinking little drinks. So when we came here and drink that beer, no, nothing in it. That is water. That's just water.
It's like
I
seltzer.
don't know. I don't know how people can be getting drunk or addicted to it. See what I'm saying? No. That's
Well,
big.
port wine is good. If you like really dark, heavy wine, port wine is good.
No, I don't drink heavy wine. I don't drink dry, heavy, or I don't drink. Stay away from medium wine, medium, semi-sweet. I like sweet wine, so red sweet wine or white sweet wine.
You know what I tried
But
one
not
time?
from California.
No. They don't use wood. They use stainless steel tanks in California. I like wine in wood, in oak barrel. What's that one? The May wine. The May wine has the strawberry and the Woodruff. It's a white wine. And then
I
there was
haven't tried
another.
the strawberry ones.
Yeah,
I
it's a
haven't.
German.
I usually take the red. I usually use red wine, and the thing is, I usually buy them from Italy.
Zinfandel, white
Sweet wine
Zinfandel.
from Italy. I like Italian wine. They know how to. But here's the thing: when you look into wine, you got to look is where is California. It's big California wine. I think they've done wines from California. They put cancer stuff in. So now you got to look out what stuff or which crap they put in for not having cancer. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they put preservatives in their wines. Sulfites, God knows what else.
Gives me headache. Gives me headache.
They do the same thing with that cheap Budweiser beer,
Budweiser, I like actually that Budweiser with the lime in it. That's the only one thing is beer which I like. But that the thing is I don't drink it anymore because Budweiser is using GMO.
Yes.
And there's also cancer stuff in because of this GMO thing.
GMO corn, GMO, maybe the barley is GMO. Now,
Yes.
what about the Mexican beer, Modelo Especial?
Never tried it, but there I have to look actually over the internet what they're using. If there's nothing in it, then I will try it. If they don't use GMO,
Yeah, but the
because
lemon is good.
Yeah,
The lemon.
but the thing is, it's kind of a there I have to look in it by the Mexican beer, because they say, oh, we don't. When people say like in Europe, oh, we don't use GMO, I say, wait a minute. At my time, the tomatoes in the 70s, never they died after 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the 80s, we had them lying there for weeks in the window. Nothing on it. Not a fly. Didn't die.
Huh?
No more, nothing. You got to buy a tomato. Put it out. If it dies fast, it's a normal one. If it doesn't die, if it does not die, then it's GMO.
Then it's a Frankenstein food. It's a GMO.
Yes. So, and the thing is, it's never died. So, and then from there is, now thinking back, Europe has GMO food too. Of course. It's normal. Or when you buy the melon without seeds, or the grapes without seeds. GMO.
GMO, yeah.
There's nothing anymore nothing tastes anymore which it should be. It's with the strawberry, same thing. My mom puts sugar on. I said, Mom, what do you put sugar on? They don't taste.
When you see the word heirloom, like if you buy plants, let's say you buy strawberry plants, and you go to a good company, and like Burpee's good. It has to say heirloom, because heirloom means it's the original non-GMO strawberry plants, or whatever.
You gotta go to these places I can go to the farmers, and when you go to the farmer, then yes, it tastes different than when you go to the store. Yeah, the store can say, I don't trust in the store anymore what says it's how do you call this one? When the store says, oh, it's natural, not GMO,
Organic.
I'm thinking, it's natural thing, not GMO, it's all good and everything. I'm thinking, no. If it would be natural, then I know exactly that the flies would be on it, and they're not even on it.
Well, I get the like the steel cut oatmeal. I get it on Amazon. It's organic, non-GMO,
I don't believe in that one anymore.
And this one's from Australia. It's
Australia.
grown in Australia. Then the other one, the Irish oatmeal, McCann's, it's good, but I didn't feel like spending that much money. But anyway, it's good. But I could taste the difference when you eat organic, non-GMO. You can taste the quality that it's better.
Yeah, but the thing is, how much do you pay for a bag?
Yeah, I'm not going to pay a lot for it, but if it's reasonable, like I get the Bob's Red Mill corn polenta, which is like hominy grits, polenta.
Oh.
The northern Italians like to make that, but I sometimes I cook it with for like a hot cereal. But I could taste flavor that the cheap,
Yeah.
GMO.
Nothing has flavor. Nothing has flavor. GMO corn. Yeah, what you got to look on it is now also some food boxes, but it says it's not. There's no food in it. And
Now,
everything that's.
The eggs have to be pasture, not cage free is bullshit. Cage free is bullshit. Pasture raised means the chicken goes out in the field the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
It eats whatever it wants: insect, mouse, the weeds, whatever it wants. The chickens eat. The grass, the weeds, everything.
That's where I get my eggs from too. I'm getting from a feed store, and they're having free range. Their eggs are outside. See,
and you can
because they're coming from the farmers, and the farmers don't have the big, humongous. How do you call this one? Buildings where the eggs are. No, they're all our farmers. Are all have their free roaming.
Oh, you're talking about factory farms. Yeah, you're talking, and the organic farm is like old-fashioned farm.
Yeah, they're outside. They have their own. Yeah, we cannot let them free roam because as we have the cougar here, we have the
coyote.
The coyote here. See what I'm saying? So they're in the outside in the coop, outside the coop.
Well, they come from the mountains, right? The cougar comes from the mountains.
Yeah, they're coming from the mountains. But the thing is, we're having them on our wall area. We're having on the four corners. Be having on the wall town 4 corners. There are cougars, each 1 or 2. So, and when they go through the entire in our entire area, then when you hear the coyote, then the cougar is not there. If the coyote is quiet, the cougar is on the prowl. The cougar is attacking the horses, the donkeys, and I think the goats. So, and the coyote attacks the chicks. Then we have, I don't know if you have foxes too. We have cats roaming around outside. We have dogs roaming around outside. So everything, we have prey of birds flying over us. So
yeah, eagles, hawks.
Yes. So if you want to keep your chickens, you better put them in the coop with a roof over.
Very secure.
Secure. Otherwise, you don't have it anymore.
Yeah, there's
people saying, "Oh, I have chickens. Oh, I had 50 chickens. Why am I down to whatever 10 or 20?" Yeah, do you have them free roaming in the night? Do you have them free roaming on the day? Do you have them in a coop? Do you have them what? Yeah, they don't. What you said is some people don't care.
Yeah, that's why they're missing. There might be badgers too. Badgers. you know, those eagles, man, especially the golden eagle. They're strong. They're big. They could.
We have the golden eagle here.
They
But
could
I didn't
grab.
know
They could grab a small dog and fly away with it.
Yeah, yeah. You you don't need to have an eagle. You have also other. We have owls here. We have everything here. You name it, we have it.
Yeah.
So and the thing is, people don't understand is that the cougar and that the coyote and the dog, the cougar and the coyote, they can jump over 6-8 foot with a breeze. They don't. That's why it says put a roof on it. They can jump. The cougar can jump, and so the coyote.
If there's something they want to get over the fence,
They get it regarding how.
they'll get it. You know. Anyway.
Yep. So.
That's
What
why,
time do you have it now? 11, 12? 1?
I don't know. It's late.
It's almost 11 here.
I'm gonna go get a snack and then probably go to sleep.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. See you tomorrow or something.
I'll see you
Nighty
in
night.
cyberspace.